Good morning. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez as you're looking live there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, President Trump will be headed to Central Texas, the town of Kerrville today. Of course, we saw what happened over that July 4th weekend, the devastating, catastrophic flooding that took place, claiming at last check 121 lives there in Texas. And then there are also a number of people missing. So the president will be on his way, and actually is now on his way there to Texas. We'll be going to a press gaggle that happened right outside of, I believe it was the outside of Air Force One. So we'll be able to show you that in just a minute as we are live here on Right Side, covering the news of the day. Of course, a lot of news going on out there in that 24/7 news cycle. Today's coverage specifically covering, of course, the president, his travels to Central Texas. He'll also be in Pennsylvania next week, so we'll cover that, of course, and all of the news that's happening, of course, when it comes to our country, when it comes to Washington, D.C., and we're glad that you are here with us live right now. So we have a number of live interviews coming up as well to talk about a number of things, anything from immigration, ICE, mass deportations, the southern border, and of course, we'll be focusing in on Texas. I believe we'll have RSBN host and meteorologist Christina Loren join us later in the broadcast. This will be quite the lengthy broadcast today as we have a lot to cover, but also we'll be seeing the president, and I believe the First Lady is on the way as well. If not, it's obviously still the president on his way there to Central Texas. So 25,000 people, that's the population there in Kerrville. So obviously, small town USA devastated by these floods. And that's what's great to have leaders like President Trump and others like Kristi Noem the other day when we saw the DHS secretary travel to Texas over the July 4th weekend. It didn't matter what holiday it was, even though July 4th is so near and dear to our hearts. She knows that the safety and the lives of the American people is what it's about. And so she was already there. And that's something you didn't see under, of course, other administrations like the Biden administration. He would have been out on the beach and not even going there. It took them forever to even respond to the other situations that happened in our country, like in North Carolina, so with Hurricane Helene. Anyway, enough of bashing the previous administration. We already know the talking points of how terrible it was under Biden. But now we have President Trump. He's been in office for almost, 6 months now? Less than 6 months. The Big Beautiful Bill turned into Big Beautiful Law. And there's just a lot going on that we're covering here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, especially if you've covered or watched our broadcast over the past few days as we continue to cover a lot of talking points all over the place when it comes to certain things that happen. But we also know this, that we have a leader in President Trump on his way to Texas today. We'll be going to that live here any minute from now. Now, also, the president did speak to the press earlier. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a look at the president on the way from the south lawn of the White House, walking to Marine One. I believe we have that video. We can probably roll that as it's 11:03, Friday, July 11th. If we can maybe split screen some of the Marine One until he gets into the chopper there, then we'll definitely watch him take off from the south lawn of the White House. And then again, he went to Joint Base Andrews. We'll watch him there take off from the Joint Base Andrews there with Air Force One. But also before that, he spoke and talked to a number of reporters. So we'll have all of that here for you. Also at about 11:30, we'll have Chris Shimlensky with the Immigration Accountability Project. He'll join us live. And then again, we'll have Christina Loren join us live a bit later as we monitor everything when it comes to President Trump. So in the meantime, it looks like we won't go to the split screen, so let's go directly to it, where President Trump departed the White House with Marine One.
Mr. President, sir. Hi, sir. So we're going to Texas. Some of you are coming with us. How are you? And it's a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Nobody can even believe it. Such a thing. That much water that fast. Without a dam break, you'd think a dam would have to break to have it. So it's a terrible thing, but we're going to be there with some of the great families and others, the governor, everybody is going to be there.
Do you plan to talk to the president about the tariff?
Maybe at some point I'll talk to him. Right now I'm not. they're treating President Bolsonaro very unfairly. He's a good man. You know, I know him well. I negotiated with him. He was a very tough negotiator, and I can tell you he was a very honest man, and he loved the people of Brazil. He was a very tough guy to negotiate with. I shouldn't like him because he was very tough in negotiation, but he was also very honest. And I know the honest ones, and I know the crooked ones. We're going to see. It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received. It's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
Russian drones hit a maternity hospital in Ukraine overnight.
I know. You'll be seeing things happen.
Now that you will go to Texas, are you planning on delivering any type of help for undocumented families that lost everything including their children?
I think we've done very well on immigration. We were given a very bad hand by Biden. He allowed 25 million people to come in totally unchecked, unvetted. We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast. The courts have ultimately done the right thing. Amazingly, they've really done the right thing, and they understand it's really the survival of our country. It's a very important thing. We can't have like 11,888 murderers. And, you know, something that you should have that you haven't reported. As you know, 300,000 children are missing, right? 300,000 under Biden. We've already gotten back 10,000 of those children, and we have a lot more planned to come back. We're getting them back by the thousands. But 300,000, and we've, as of this morning, over 10,000 we've gotten back.
What is your advice to countries worldwide ahead of the upcoming tariff deadline?
Oh, I think just keep working hard. You know, we've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. So I would say just keep working. It's all going to work out. I think he's doing a terrible job. I think we should be, I think we should be 3 points lower interest rate. He's costing our country a lot of money. We should be number one, and we're not. And that's because of Jerome Powell. In terms of interest, we are number one in the world. Look, I'll tell you a little simple language. 1 year ago, our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago, it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you.
we're going.
All right, covering the news of the day here, seeing President Trump in Marine One on his way to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland to board Air Force One. We'll take a look at that in just a minute, as well as he's on his way now in Air Force One. As it says there at the top of the right corner of your screen, it said moments ago, so it's always good to watch when it's live versus moments ago or previously recorded, just to stay up to date on what's going on. Now, that really was moments ago. That was within a time frame there. That wasn't too long ago. So we'll go to the Joint Base Andrews here in a minute to see the president take off on the way to Kerrville, Texas. Again, Kerrville, Kerrville, Texas, a small town there of 25,000 people, lost more than 100 people. At last check, 121 people died in those catastrophic floods. Awful to cover, awful to talk about, awful to think about, especially when it was all happening over the weekend. It was like one of those things for me and my family, for the way it was with us. It was like, hey, it's July 4th. Like, you know, we did all that coverage here at Right Side, but definitely felt what it might have felt like a little bit there in Texas. Obviously not knowing any of the victims, but that's our people, you know, it's our citizens. And we know President Trump's on the way there now. So let's go to a number of sponsors as we're on our way then to Air Force One to see the president leave. And we also have some more news topics to get to here, including the southern border in just a minute. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN is the website. Of course, All Family Pharmacy, known for standing up for medical freedom. They just launched their biggest sale of the year. It's now through July 13th. So you have 2 more days on this for buy one, get one free on Ivermectin, Mebendazole, hydroxychloroquine. That means whatever you order, they'll double it. So 30 capsules becomes 60, 90 becomes 180. No insurance needed, no red tape, doctor's prescription included. So while big chains shut you out, All Family Pharmacy steps up, giving patriots the power to choose. So it's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Act now. You can protect your health Again, that buy one, get one free, you see it at the bottom of your screen, that'll end on July 13th. And July 13th, if you remember, the attempt on President Trump's life, and he overcame that through the power of God. That was quite the day, as you guys remember. I'm sure we'll be talking more about that in the coming days. But let's go now to Colonial Metals Group. freegoldguide.com/RSBN is the website there. You get a free info kit on gold, silver, precious metals, and also you can protect your IRA or your 401k with gold 100% tax-free. So that QR code's right there, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So two great sponsors right there on the screen. All right, so it's 11/18, Friday, July 11th. Obviously, a lot happened this week. And, you know, the elephant in the room, Tuesday's cabinet meeting was something that was great in many ways and interesting in others, as many people are talking about it. As a news anchor that I am, I will continue to report facts as we see it, and also bring on guests that share their commentary about various things that are going on. So we are fully aware of pretty much the pulse of the country, because when you look at X, when you look at Truth Social, when you look at Right Side Broadcasting Network, mainstream media, conservative media, the other outlets, you kind of get a feel for what's going on out there, and just as a citizen yourself. So we'll monitor any developments that happen as we continue to cover President Trump and, of course, conservative news moving forward here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Great to be a part of conservative media as a whole. So speaking of President Trump, let's go to Joint Base Andrews there in Maryland, where President Trump landed with Marine One. And then we'll watch him board Air Force One and take off. And then we're going to continue our coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so we know President Trump on his way right now in Air Force One to Central Texas. Again, he's going to Kerrville, an area that was devastated by these catastrophic floods. 25,000 people, that's the population of that small Texas town, who is definitely hurting right now. And of course, the victims' families, very, very difficult to go through that. So we know that Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, she was already there, you know, right within that time frame on July 4th, July 5th, already there to help any way she could with the federal government. So we see that President Trump's on his way today. We'll have his remarks, any kind of speech that he gives there, but also, of course, he's going to be meeting with people there in Central Texas. Okay, so that's what we're following at the latest right now when it comes to the Central Texas flooding. Also, in the meantime, we know a lot of things are going on along the southern border. Let's go to video from the Department of Defense from a bit earlier this year. This is 20 miles south of San Diego. Take a look.
Three, two, one. See the gun? Read me in just a little bit, yeah. You didn't do that back one.
So obviously earlier in the year, our military shoring up, you know, sealing that southern border wall. I also saw a post from the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, talking about reposting a video from border czar Tom Homan, who confirmed that there will be no amnesty when it comes to these mass deportation operations that are happening with ICE. So that's the latest news we're seeing there. We will be also joined by Chris Schlemensky with the Immigration Accountability Project. He's been on the broadcast before to talk to us about the situation when it comes to ICE and immigration and the way he sees it there at the business there that he's with. So 11/28, Friday, July 11th. Again, we're going to be going to Texas as well here shortly. President Trump and the First Lady on their way to Kerrville, Texas. We'll cover that as we see it. Also, in the meantime, let's go to a couple of sponsors here at Rightside, kalshi.com/RSBN. A lot of topics that you guys can bet and trade on there, whether it's science, technology, sports, weather, faith, all sorts of things. So all you have to do is go to kalshi.com/RSBN. You can check it out, and then also you can download the app. So 2 options there for you. And even if you're not going to bet and trade on there, it's still fun to go check it out. There's so many cool things on there. But of course, a lot of people, more than I believe 1 million users on Kalshi right now, and then that's going to only grow because people, some people out there really like to bet and trade, and they like this site, and this is a good site to do it at, kalshi.com/RSBN. Also, angelpace.com out of Spring, Texas. All you have to do is use that RSBN promo code. That'll get you a long way because it'll get you that discount, whether it's for the Miracle Cream or all of the other products that are on that great site. So it's angelpace.com. We tell you this every time, but they hire military veterans as part of their game plan, their business game plan there. So it's a great strategy to see that there at Angel Paste in Spring, Texas. So awesome sponsors here at Right Side as it's the bottom of the hour. My name is Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for joining us right here on RSBN Live. Let's go now to Chris Shulensky, Immigration Accountability Project. Sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side.
Thanks for having me back on.
Definitely. Okay, so a lot's going on when it comes to the southern border. We see just a video from, I think it was Los Angeles, right, the LA area, where there was mass deportation in an area, and there's this line of protesters stopping them and all that back and forth. Your thoughts about everything that's going on with the southern border?
Yeah, well, specifically on the southern border, I mean, things are doing pretty well down there. Trump administration is achieving all-time low type numbers when it comes to border apprehensions and encounters down along the border of illegal aliens trying to enter the United States illegally. So the administration is doing a great job down on the border, again, with passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which surges about $150 billion worth of funding towards both border and interior enforcement. That's going to be a huge help. ICE is doing everything that they can, immigration and customs enforcement, and that's what you're referring to out in Los Angeles. The Trump administration said that they were going to do this. They said that if your city is going to have sanctuary policies, well, we know that that's where illegal aliens tend to hide out because they're going to go to places where they know that the communities are going to be more protective of them. So that's what they're targeting. There's also usually a higher concentration of criminal aliens living within those sanctuary communities as well. So that's why you're seeing these stepped up ICE activities in Los Angeles. But I just want to be clear that ICE is doing this across the country. I live down on the Gulf Coast, and the New Orleans office for ICE is constantly reporting apprehensions that they've made of illegal aliens. So every single ICE office across the country, ICE field office across the country is very active. But what you're seeing what you're typically see reported are in these areas where where ICE is more likely to face some adversity, like in Los Angeles, where you even had the mayor step in and try to block some of these enforcement procedures.
Yeah, that was wild. If you saw that video of her using one of the Customs Border Protection agents, one of the commander's cell phones for a second, and yeah, anyway, she was on the line with somebody else at Customs Border Protection, but that agent was like, okay, ma'am, I have to take my phone back now. I mean, there's just strange stuff going on. I mean, she's going against the law there, the mayor of LA. So we see that happening. Also, we confirmed that there will be no amnesty. I mean, Border Czar Tom Homan said he's hearing these media reports that there's going to be some sort of amnesty situation when it comes to this mass deportation operation. Your thoughts about the Border Czar?
Well, yeah, the reports are coming out of President Trump's mouth himself. Sadly, he's mentioned this a couple times at rallies. He did so also in a press conference. Brooke Rollins, his Secretary of Agriculture, has been pretty vocal about it, that they want to do something to protect illegal farm workers and illegal hospitality workers here working in the United States. But that's somewhat counterintuitive to the America First campaign promises the president ran on. That was their platform. Put Americans first, get Americans back to work, fill up some of these open jobs with American workers, especially those that are being held by foreign workers, whether they're here legally or illegally. So there was some pressure applied to the administration that it could impact farm laborers, it could impact hospitality workers. And they had a couple of sensitive years to that in the administration. So some conversations were had, and the president even talked it up. But in the end, they decided, well, it does really go against our America First policy agenda. And quite frankly, the MAGA movement doesn't support it. So they backed off of it. Thankfully, a couple of days ago, Secretary Rollins did address the press and said, listen, we're not going to do this. Whether or not we'll continue to see, or we'll start to see again, worksite raids done on more agricultural type sector areas, that remains to be seen. We'd like to see those efforts done. We don't think that anybody is above the law. If you're going to do worksite enforcement on non-agricultural sites, you should do them on agricultural sites too. But again, still a little too soon to tell if the administration is going to step back up those efforts and really target agricultural workers as well. But for now, no longer is there much talk about an executive order that could protect illegal workers here working in either agriculture or the hospitality industry.
Exactly. And you brought up MAGA there, and you think of MAGA, you think of the majority of this country, voting for President Trump over the past 3 elections. And it's a loud voice. It's the majority of the nation, common sense Americans. So it's great to be a part of Team MAGA. Now, also, the alligator Alcatraz, and then also in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. There's a Customs Border Protection Agent Training Center that was just opened there in West Virginia. Then you go down to Florida, and then there's alligator Alcatraz. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and again, this is what you need to do. If this is what an administration needs to do, if they're going to try to achieve their goal of mass deportations. And that's to have these partnerships with state and local governments. And that's what you're seeing in Alcatraz, Alligator Alcatraz, for example, down in Florida. The state of Florida is very willing to, unlike the city of Los Angeles, Florida is very willing to assist the administration in its mass deportation efforts. Listen, there's only a couple thousand Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers across the country. Now, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act did provide funding to hire an additional 10,000 ICE agents. But it's going to take time to get those ICE agents on board, to get them trained, and to get them fully integrated into the force. I mean, it's going to be at least a year, if not longer than that, I would think, to amp up those efforts. So the administration is going to need to look towards friendly communities, both on the state and local level, to help them out. And this is something that's in law. Congress passed what's called the 287G program, which allows local officials to partner with federal officials in federal immigration enforcement efforts. And that's all you're seeing with some of these examples.
Exactly. So the big, beautiful law, to your point, not only bringing more of a force down there when it comes to immigration, customs, border protection, but also finishing the border wall. You remember back in the days at the rallies, the people would be chanting, "Build the wall, build," and then you've got Brick Suit wearing a wall, right? I mean, and then finally now with the big, beautiful law, we're going to see the entire wall built on our southern border. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and this is, obviously President Trump campaigned on this back in 2016, ran into a roadblock with Congress. They couldn't get the funding through. They did get some funding through, but it was mostly to improve border wall funding that already existed, that maybe wasn't exactly doing its job. But this One Big Beautiful Bill Act does provide funding for them to move forward and to add additional border barriers. And let me click there. It's 1,000-mile border down there between the United States and Mexico. We don't necessarily need a border wall across the entire 1,000 miles, probably only needed across about 700 of those miles because of the type of terrain that's in other areas. It's pretty much unpassable for illegal aliens to cross those areas. But we do desperately need that border wall in other areas. And this money will certainly be a step in the right direction. And I think the Trump administration is going to do everything that they can to get as much constructed as they possibly can before the next presidential election.
I hear you loud and clear, and that's still, 3+ years away. Chris Schlemsky
Exactly.
with Immigration Accountability Project. Chris, thanks again for joining us and your insight and analysis all about the immigration and security as well. Thank you again, sir.
Thanks for having me on.
Definitely. Thank you. All right, so 11:36, Friday, July 11th, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez, looking at the beautiful American flag outside of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue as President Trump on his way in Air Force One along with the First Lady Melania Trump. They'll be going to Kerrville, Texas. Again, population 25,000. And this is on the heels of what happened over the weekend, the last weekend, of course, July 4th weekend, where more than 100 people, 121 at last count, lost their lives from this catastrophic flooding. Still, a lot of people asking questions about this flash flood, not from a warning standpoint. We did see that there were warnings that happened, but usually when you see the words flash flood, you don't think that it's going to be a mini tsunami coming down a river. And that's what happened there in Texas. We saw similar pictures in other parts of the country. There was a flash flood that destroyed some homes and vehicles and definitely caused some damage in Wheeling, West Virginia pretty recently. If you just look at any of these stories that I bring up, you can just search if you'd like, because I've done my due diligence in the sense of at least figuring out where these events have happened, especially with these flash floods. Yesterday, I spoke about weather modification, not connecting any of those dots because I don't have evidence on that, but I will say weather modification is a real thing, which is interesting. You can look that up as well with NOAA and the Code of Federal Regulations. Both government websites both talk about weather modification. It's something that can be done from the private sector or the public sector. And then from there, we left it at that as people were asking about it on Truth Social yesterday. On my personal account at Matthew Alvarez on Truth, I was talking about the fact that I used to cover all these different weather events and was talking about how I thought that climate change is a hoax and that weather modification is not. And somebody asked me a question on Truth about it. So we did this whole segment yesterday. If you missed that, you can watch yesterday's information. But in the meantime, it's 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Again, we'll be seeing President Trump and the First Lady at about 12:20 Eastern time there in Texas. So as long as everything's going smoothly, of course, we'll see the President and the First Lady. And then they'll be having a roundtable discussion at about 2 o'clock. So we'll see. It reminds me almost of when there was the LA wildfires and when President Trump and the First Lady traveled there and we saw live footage of the two walking and talking with government officials, but also meeting with victims' families there in LA. This may be similar to that. We'll see what happens there in Texas. Obviously, the floods have receded, so it is now damage everywhere when it comes to trees and houses and cars. And then, of course, the loss of life is staggering to think about. A flash flood. It wasn't even a tropical storm. It wasn't a hurricane. It was some sort of, what was it, right? And so that's why Christina Loren, a meteorologist from the mainstream media, who, even though she was in the mainstream media like I was in local news back in the day, we were still people that were conservative on the right side of history, wanting common sense in everything. And now that we have all this conservative media and all these outlets, including right side, there's a place for people like myself and Christina Loren and Robert McNeely and others to go because we'd rather report on the right side of history than on the other side of the history. So we're looking live there at in Hawaii at this volcano that has erupted. This has happened. I think this is the 28th time that this specific spot has erupted. So I'm going to look that up quickly here. This is in Kailua. The summit elevation 4,091 feet. It's a volcano alert level is at a watch. So of course it's not a volcano yet, it's just the smoke that you're seeing. The current aviation color code is orange. Activity summary, thanks to one of our crew here at Right Side sending this to me. Episode 28, this is the 28th of the ongoing eruption, ended just before 1:30 yesterday, Hawaii Standard Time. This is after 9 hours of sustained lava fountaining. Summit inflation has resumed and low-level degassing and seismic tremor persists, we're told. So the current hazards there in Hawaii in that area include volcanic gas emissions along with wind-blown volcanic glass and tephra deposited during the earlier eruptive episodes. And this happened, if you could say that again, producer, he said 30 years ago as well. It began erupting 30 years ago, I'm told. So this is the kinds of sights that you see, of course, there in Hawaii. We're just seeing a live picture of that now. Of course, a live picture of the White House as well, as President Trump is on Air Force One along with the First Lady on the way to the Lone Star State. Kerrville, Texas is where he's headed. I think that San Antonio would be the largest airport in that area for Air Force One to land, one of the Air Force bases maybe in that area. And then President Trump will be headed to Kerrville. We'll have all of that live coverage throughout the broadcast here on Right Side Broadcasting Network on a week. Let's see, it's Friday now. It's been a long week of news coverage here at the network. Thanks so much for streaming in with us throughout the week. And if you missed any of our live interviews and replays, please go ahead and check them out here on Right Side. All right, so let's go to mypillow.com/RSBN. If you want free shipping, you can get it with MyPillow. Nice to save the extra dollars. And then on top of that, this is what's great. You're not only getting free shipping, but then if you use the RSBN promo code, then you're getting even more of a discount. So mypillow.com/RSBN. So many great products there. All of the ones that you see on the screen as well, but so many other ones. Should I list all of them? I think you guys know most of them. Let me list 3 of them. Let's say my coffee, the mattress topper, and let's go with the dog bed. Why not? There's different size dog beds as well. My family and I, we have a little pup. It's a Yorkie. Her name's Willow. Cute pup. Good dog. I think we need to get a second one because Yorkies don't like to be alone. Let's just be honest. They don't. For those of you Yorkie lovers out there. Anyway, so you can get all of that at mypillow.com/RSBN. Speaking of RSBN, if you'd like to donate to the network, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. RSBnetwork.com/donate is another way. Obviously, it takes money to do what we're doing, to have these live feeds and expansions of all of our shows and different things going on. Voice of Reason show with Robert McNeely that aired last night. If you missed that, you can check that out if you'd like, as it's 11:45. So if you'd like to donate to the network, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. As it's 11:45 on the East Coast, 8:45 on the West Coast, and Matthew Alvarez will be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Robert McNeely in studio a bit later today as we are covering the president's trip to Texas, of course, to meet with the victims' families, to see what he can do to help from the federal government standpoint. We know that Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, was there over the weekend as well. And during that cabinet meeting, a lot of news coming out of that meeting, of course, but what we heard was Kristi Noem speaking right off the bat about the specifics about what it was like to be there in Texas. Heartbreaking information. And, you know, to be really transparent with you, in mainstream media, a lot of times you always play a soundbite like Kristi Noem's soundbite talking about what happened there and what she experienced in Texas with the victims' families and that kind of thing. And I was going to play that. I wanted to play something like that because we played a number of sound bites from the cabinet meeting earlier in the week. But I thought to myself, you know what? This is an opportunity here that I don't want to have to relive that. I don't want to have to hear that. Even though we did hear it live and you can listen to it again, I made kind of like a managing editor type decision there. And I decided, you know what? That was a very personal story from Kristi. She spoke for about 5 minutes at the top of that cabinet meeting. It wasn't to hide anything from anybody. It was all about specifically this really personal story. It was just really tough, and I didn't want to use that because let's toss to Kristi Noem now. She had this to say. This is about death, and that's the thing about mainstream media. You know, they always just everything it's the worst things happening, and they just gloss over stories so many times. I can't deal with that stuff, man. I'm glad I don't work in mainstream media anymore. I'm just glad. I had to report on so many terrible things over there. Yes, we have to report on terrible things here too because it's part of the news. I get it. But I just didn't want to have to hear these terrible stories that she had to share. We heard it once. I didn't have to play it again. So that was just a decision on my end. I just want to be transparent with you because that's the kind of context I like for people to know who you're listening to right now, right? You want to know a little bit more about me or Robert McNeely, and you learn about us too as we're out there at these rallies and at the desk here and that kind of thing. And if you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez as well. Anyway, enough of that, but I just want to give you context there. As we are headed to Texas, of course, we're going to see the president there, and I know we're going to hear some stories. It's going to be heartbreaking stuff. This is not going to be easy, and that's the thing I think is missing from media in general is the heartfelt understanding of what the heck I just talked about. If I'm talking about devastation, am I able to just say it without even feeling it and understanding that this is tragic? I think that's missing a lot when it comes to news reporting. That's just my opinion. And I'm not saying everybody's like that. I'm just saying it's nice to understand that these are actual people involved. It's not just another news headline. President Trump on his way there with the First Lady Melania Trump to go and visit the residents of Kerrville. Now that's about 25,000 people as the population of that small United States town, Main Street, right? So we're going to see that in just a minute. Also, speaking of President Trump, let's go to a couple of President Trump's recent Truth Social posts. Then we're going to go to somewhat of a recent interview with someone from the DOD when it comes to the military down there on the southern border, just to get an update on what's going on down there, as we will be seeing the president and the First Lady arriving at about 12:20 in Texas. And then we'll be going to Christina Loren at about 12:30, depending on the coverage at that moment. All right, so this from President Trump pretty recently. It is very important that all Republicans adhere to my rescissions bill, and in particular, defund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, PBS and NPR, which is worse than CNN and MSDNC put together. Any Republican that votes to allow this monstrosity to continue broadcasting will not have my support or endorsement. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And some might say, hey, President Trump, you're not allowed to do that. Well, actually, he is when it comes to PBS and NPR. That's our dollars. Can you believe it? Defund the corporation because this is so-called public broadcast. This is government stuff, PBS and NPR, and they're getting money from us? Nah, that's not going to work. Anyway, so that's a great post there by the president. Let's look at a second post from the president, I think a little bit earlier than that, when it comes to President Trump's Truth Social posts. It is my great honor to nominate William W. Mercer to serve as judge on the United States District Court for the District of Montana. Bill has tremendous experience, previously serving at the Department of Justice and as United States Attorney for the District of Montana. He is strong and smart, will fearlessly uphold the rule of law and defend our Constitution on the federal bench. Congratulations, Bill. That from President Trump about that 16 hours ago. And of course, a lot of messages that you see there from the president as we continue to cover what's happening in Washington, D.C. and today in the Lone Star State in Texas. More of a news aspect of coverage, of course, as this is a conservative news network that, of course, has always covered rallies. Of course, will always still have commentary and analysis, but of course also reporting what's happening in the day of news in the 24/7 news cycle. A lot talked about this week, of course. If you missed any of our coverage earlier in the week, for full context of the week's coverage, please go ahead and watch here on Right Side. All right, so we know it is 11:53, Friday, July 11th. As we await the president to land there in Texas, let's go to the southern border once again. Specifically, I interviewed someone with this, the Department of Defense within the military. Let's take a look. Joining us now is U.S. Army Brigadier General Joseph Descondone. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. Great to take the time to talk with you about this mission.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people looking at this southern border mission. I see a lot of the videos from the DOD. We're seeing great things. You know, a lot of people like what they see down there. Can you give us an update on the southern border mission?
Well, I think probably the best place to start is Joint Task Force Southern Border was established, just only a few weeks ago. 10th Mountain Division is the core, the CORE of the Joint Task Force. So we deployed down here in February to Fort Huachuca. We established, basically command and control, and then we started bringing in a number of force elements from across the Army, the Marine Corps, and other services here to form the JTF. And once we got our headquarters established, then we began to realign forces along the border. And again, we got more forces in than we had previously. And we've aligned those forces throughout California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and in alignment with the 9 border patrol sectors that encompass the border. And so that alignment, or that force alignment, is now pretty much complete. And we are fully engaged in our primary mission, which is to support the Border Patrol, primarily with detection and monitoring capabilities, but also other key tasks that enable them to do their mission.
Exactly. So what I've been seeing with some of the videos and photos there, between, I believe it's the U.S. Army and the Marines, putting up the metal wiring, shoring up that border there, but also the patrols that we're seeing on foot, but now with some of the other military vehicles. Can you talk to us a little bit about that process that I believe just started on March 20th?
Yes, absolutely. So to the first point, I think some of the first force elements that you saw in here were the U.S. Marines, known as Task Force Sapper in California, in the San Diego area or south of there. That is one of the tasks that we have associated with supporting the Border Patrol, and that is providing some general engineering. So what you're seeing is you are seeing them basically strengthen the border wall or fence with concertina wire, so that obviously folks can't get through there and pass through into the United States illegally. So that has been I think a great value to the Border Patrol. And in terms of the patrolling, you noted that we just started doing that. Our primary mission, again, is to help the Border Patrol with their detection and monitoring effort. That is one of the ways that we can do that. And really, that also helps or enables the Border Patrol to kind of come off of some of the duties that are support in nature, and gets them out doing their mission, which is the law enforcement aspect of what they do.
A lot of people, again, are supporting, of course, the work that the military is doing down there. What is it like to be a part of the United States military and doing something that we, the people, the majority of this country, voted for, and voting for President Trump to really stop the illegal influx of illegal aliens, fentanyl, drugs, and other crimes?
Well, regardless of what the actual mission may be, at least over the span of my career, It's always great to be associated with a mission that is, aimed at helping, secure our national defense, helping to protect American citizens. And so it's an exciting time to be part of this mission, especially as, again, we've put, quite a bit of, large force on the border in order to help enable the Border Patrol. So it's exciting. And I think all the soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors that are here are excited to do it as well.
It seems as if, too, just seeing military in uniform on the United States side of the border is a massive, massive deterrent to anybody even trying to cross. And then on top of that, possibly the drug cartels. They're probably backing off, a bit concerned right now. I mean, would you agree?
Well, I would say that, it's probably been quite a while, at least, going back maybe 100 years or so since we've had this much military force arrayed along the border. And obviously we have seen some benefits or some effects from that. I think there's no doubt about that. But I don't want to discount what our forces have been doing. Before JTF Southern Border came in. We did have forces along the border. I think over the last 23 years, 19 of those, we've had U.S. military forces helping to secure the border in support of the Border Patrol. But I do think, yes, we have seen some positive effects from our mission, and we're going to continue to make adjustments in order to help the security.
Also, with the border wall, do you know any details about the reconstruction or the construction of President Trump's wall that he said he wants the whole thing to be, finished? Do you know details about that?
Yeah, I would defer any of those questions to Department of Homeland Security or Department of Defense. I think they're probably better postured to answer what the future plans are for that. Right now our mission is just, again, to help strengthen the border wall that is here, and that's largely through an engineering effort.
And finally, sir, thank you again for joining us, and thank you for your service to our country. Again, we the people are on the team of the military because you guys are protecting us, especially at that southern border right now. But when it comes to the U.S. Army strikers that we've seen, through some of the DoD video out there, that's a little bit more of a show of force that, the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, initiated just a few days ago. Is that something that, in general, is something a move to make just to have a deterrent for people to come across the border? Or is that just a new move happening right now?
Well, I think the Stryker Brigade Combat Team that deployed down here provides us an incredible, capability. They bring the Stryker vehicle, as well as other vehicles like the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle. The Stryker platform provides us a level of mobility to move forces around. Again, we can move those forces to certain areas where, we see we may need to help improve the security along the border. And that also, again, enables the Border Patrol enables their mission, helps them move into sectors that they need to focus on as well. So it's a great mobility platform, as is any vehicle that we would bring down here, not just Strykers. Additionally, the Strykers have, some great sensors on them, optical sensors, which help enable and enhance what the Border Patrol already has through their mobile sensor capabilities.
What is it like to see that the U.S. Army is there, the Marines, you're seeing the Navy out in the waters with various flights, tracking, what's going on the southern border, the U.S. Coast Guard and on top of Customs and Border Protection and ICE and everybody. I mean, this is a full team effort. What is that like to be a part of that, sir?
Well, it's great. And of course, like I said, it's great to be part of any mission, when your country calls, to deploy to wherever you're going to deploy to, and to get the job done that your country is asking you to do. It's especially special, not the best phrasing there, when you're doing that as part of a joint team with sailors, soldiers, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, as well as the interagency. Over the last, several weeks that we've been here, we've really formed some incredible bonds with the Border Patrol. And I think we are seeing the effects. The capabilities that we bring have just really enhanced their ability to do their mission. And it's a great partnership.
Yeah, and I'm sure the agents are so glad to see the people on the same team, in the military down there helping them out, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. United States Army Brigadier General Joseph Escandón, thank you so much again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, so that's another update, of course, from the southern border. That interview done, I believe that was actually in March, but I know that the specifics in that interview still apply to today because we keep seeing the U.S. Army strikers. We see what's going on there along the southern border. As we played you a video from the DoD, one that was just recently just showing a number of Marines and the Army and others really shoring up that border wall. Before we move on to some more coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's 12:04 now, Eastern Time. Of course, 9:04 on the West Coast. Hello to everybody in all the time zones in our country. And also, let's take a look at this mini breaking news that we're seeing with Right Side Broadcasting Network through All Family Pharmacy. Specifically, it's pretty interesting because All Family Pharmacy, as you guys have heard now, they're known for standing up for medical freedom. They just launched that biggest sale of the year. It's now actually going to end in just a couple days, but it's now through July 13th. It's buy one, get one free on Ivermectin, Mebendazole, hydroxychloroquine, the 200 milligram amount. That means whatever you order, they'll double it. So that 30 capsules will become 60, the 90 will become 180. No insurance, no red tape, doctor's prescription included. So while big chains are shutting you out, All Family Pharmacy stepping up, giving patriots the power to choose. So all you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. That's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can act now, protect your health. The buy one, get one free ends in just 2 days from now. Colonial Metals Group, another great sponsor here at Right Side. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Get that info kit right to your mail. It's pretty good when you look at this info kit, you page through it. We have one here at the studio as well. And you can check out information on the website, freegoldguide.com. This will get you at that first kind of the entry gate to the information of Colonial Metals Group so that you can protect your IRA, your 401k, back it with gold. 100% tax-free. And we know what the BRICS nations are trying to do out there by using their currencies instead of ours, but hopefully everything will work out with that front. But at the end of the day, gold and silver is still a great option. Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. All right, so we know that the president's on his way to Central Texas, specifically Kerrville, Texas, a town of about 25,000 people, where about 121 people have died when the flash floods hit their town. You see some of the photos there from Kerrville and the surrounding region. We're told there are still several missing from this July 4th disaster where the great Kristi Noem was there right away pretty much over the weekend. And it was not easy to see what was happening there with this flash flood. And I want to read a report from WBUR, a local affiliate there in Texas, talking about what they interviewed one of the pastors there. So I'm going to read that for you here. Again, it's WBUR. So friends, family, and neighbors in the Texas Hill Country are remembering the lives lost and the people still missing after flash flooding over the July 4th holiday weekend. More than 100 people were killed in the floods. At least 160 people are still missing. That's according to authorities in Texas. Again, this report from WBUR. On Wednesday night, the community held a vigil at the local high school football stadium in Kerrville with worship, prayer, and songs. One of the people trying to offer solace was Ricky Pruitt with the Kerrville Church of Christ. He led hundreds in prayer at the vigil. The pastor said, "We're looking towards these times still of just silence and mourning together," Pruitt told Here and Now. But also saying, okay, what opportunity do we have in the middle of this darkness to be a light? So there were some questions that WBUR asked, and also to Here and Now, I guess that's a magazine there in Texas. What was your message to the folks who had gathered outside that vigil last night? He said, our message is the same that it has been, which is we are together and that Jesus is what brings us together, whether it be something that we've done in the past 5 years or whether it be in the middle of a storm. The other question that was asked, what are you doing today? And he said, this morning I was invited to come help with some of the cleanup out at one of our local camps, the Camp Mystic, of course, where tragedy unfolded over the weekend. And there's just a lot of cleanup that's happening out there. So I've been given a post to grab some trash and throw it away, and every little bit helps. And there's other people that are in the same house and cabin with me, and just little by little trying to tear out all of the trash and put it into dumpsters. So the pastor there, working alongside people in Texas. Now that report's from WBUR. I was reading it pretty much word for word, so credit to WBUR affiliate there. As we're looking at these pictures of the devastation and, covering a lot of these weather events over the years in local media and mainstream media, you see the floods, you see the aftermaths of tornadoes or hurricanes, tropical storms, blizzards in some cases where the heavy snow would actually make a roof collapse, or all sorts of different things. I've never, covered I was just going to say I never covered an earthquake. I take that back. If you remember, I've never experienced an earthquake, and I've been on the West Coast, but do you remember back in, I'm going to have to look it up, but there was a mini earthquake on the East Coast. In Queens, New York, people felt a little bit of a rattle there, and that was the time when I was working in the New York, New Jersey region as well. And you look at all these photos, and the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of times people just report on this stuff and they just kind of, move on to the next story, but it's not something that you can easily do when it comes to the loss of life from the people of this country in Texas. So we see that President Trump's on his way there with the First Lady, Melania Trump. This is, in my opinion, similar to when they traveled to LA for the wildfire coverage that we had here. Robert McNeely and I here in studio covering that live, and the two would walk and look at damage and devastation, but they would meet with first responders. And a shout out to every first responder that's watching right now. And if you know someone that's a first responder, you guys are awesome. To deal with that, think about this. Who wants stress in life? Nobody wants to be stressed. You want to be able to pray, you want to meditate, you want to chill out, you want Zen, right? Hey, who doesn't? You want to have a good meal. But the first responders and the people that work in these hospitals every day, and law enforcement every day, dealing with some of the worst and terrible situations out there. But a shout out to the first responders to be able to be right there for us. If you have to call 911, guess who's listening to you? A 911 operator bringing a first responder. So you guys are rock stars in our country. And a story that really didn't get a lot of coverage because other things happened right away, and it got a lot of coverage within that 24/7 news cycle, was that thing that happened in Idaho. In Idaho, western Idaho. Do you remember when there was the wildfire there, and then the firefighters showed up, and then some person started shooting at the firefighters. 2 people died. And there was this huge first responder thing that happened just in the sense of respect and honor for first responders out there in Idaho. So we don't forget about our first responders throughout this country, and specifically there in Texas. I mean, if you think about it, we can go to the military level as well. And if I remember the guy's name correctly, his last name was Ruskin. I think it was Scott Ruskin. If you guys remember, I posted this on Truth Social as well. He's with the United States Coast Guard. Christy Nolan posted this message. I was reading over the weekend when it was a post, and she said, Ruskin saved 165 people. What? From the Coast Guard. He was in a helicopter getting flown to all these terrible spots. 165 people. The guy must have been saving somebody, bring him up to the chopper and say, let's go, move, move, move. Let's get to the next person. I mean, talk about a great American hero there. So these are all the things that we see happening, in media, especially, people that have worked in media for a long time, and whether it's internships back in the early 2000s and all the way to now 2025, you see a lot. And some of it stays with you. It's not always easy to talk about things like this, to be honest, because you think about family, you think about friends, you think about these victims in Texas. So that's what we're going to see with President Trump and the First Lady there. And we're going to cover it here live for you. as it's 12:12 Eastern Time, Friday, July 11th. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so is Christina Loren, our RSBN host, and also former meteorologist in mainstream media back in the day in local news, working in pretty big markets, including San Francisco, but now on the right side of history and still has all of that expertise and knowledge. So hopefully she'll be able to join us at 12:30. We'll talk about some of these rain totals that happened there in Texas in just a short amount of time. For me personally, I'm not a meteorologist. I don't have all that knowledge, but I do cover, I have covered a lot of these weather events, and I've never seen flash floods like this. I haven't. And it's not to be dramatic. It's not to be like, oh, I've never seen this. This is unprecedented. No, none of that. I really haven't seen that. I've never seen a flash. And I've covered weather in markets all across this country. Let's name a few. New York, New Jersey, Columbus, Ohio, Grand Junction, Colorado, Nashville, Tennessee, and I've traveled the whole country. I've been from Seattle to Miami, from LA to Maine, so, but I've never seen that kind of flash flooding. So that's why I wanted to dive in yesterday, not connecting it, but people were wondering, how did this happen? It wasn't a tropical storm. It wasn't a hurricane. Usually weather systems, as you guys know, those of you watching wherever you're watching right now, you've seen when there's a thunderstorm rolling through, it's a cell that comes through the area, drops rain, lightning, thunder, high winds, straight line winds maybe. Some people think it's a tornado, but it's straight line winds, all these different terms out there. I've worked alongside National Weather Service and various reporting over the years. But usually it would be a tropical storm or a hurricane that would cause what happened in Texas. That was a lot of rain. How did that really happen? Was it just Mother Nature? And I ask that as a question because I'm curious. I want to know, was it just a weather system that happened without any interference? I'm not saying there was any interference with it. There's no evidence that I have that connects weather modification, which is a real thing that you can look up on government websites, NOAA and the federal regulation law website. So we know it's a real thing. I'm not bridging the gap. I'm just questioning. And that's my job as a journalist. It's okay to do that, right? So, and a lot of you are talking about it. I mean, MTG is talking about geoengineering and weather modification. So it's not something I'm pulling out of thin air, no pun intended. So that's just what we've been seeing. But anyway, in regards to this, I just want to ask Christina a number of those questions when she joins us live in about 15 minutes from now, see what she says. I do know she did text yesterday because I was trying to get her on yesterday, but she had a schedule conflict, so she's going to come on today. But she did say weather modification is a real thing. That is definitely, cloud seeding is real. And so I want to hear her expertise on that. And then also I just want to hear the numbers, because I've been trying to search how many inches of rain really fell in that 45-minute time span. How in the world do you have a mini river tsunami that just wipes out an entire area, claims the lives? And this is the main reason. Listen, if nobody passed away in this, would I be so into it? No. I'd be like, okay, that was a lot of rain, moving on. But people died. And as long as, all right, it's tragic either way, but if there was anything that was involved outside of just a normal weather pattern, that's the investigative side of me that I just want to know. As a journalist, it's all right, right? And my dad actually, he used to be an investigator, but he was a detective back in the day. So I guess it's in the family. So anyway. All right, so 12/16, Friday, July 11th. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for watching. We're going to see President Trump here in just a bit. We'll be seeing him land there in Central Texas, and then we'll be having Christina Loren join us in just a bit. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez as it's 12/19, Friday, July 11th. President Trump on his way with the First Lady to Kerrville, Texas, to tour the damage there, but also to meet with government officials and, of course, victims' families, as this will be live coverage that will bring you throughout the day and until President Trump takes off from Air Force One from Texas back to the East Coast. We'll be here live for that coverage. Robert McNeely will be in studio at about 1 o'clock Eastern Time to continue our coverage on this Friday. Thanks so much for streaming in with us here on RSBN. Let's go to President Trump from earlier. He was leaving the White House, of course, at the South Lawn there on the way to Marine One. He stopped by and answered some questions from reporters. Let's take a look.
Mr. President, sir. Hi, sir.
So we're going to Texas. Some of you are coming with us. How are you? And it's a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Nobody can even believe it. Such a thing. That much water that fast. Without a dam break, you'd think a dam would have to break to have it. So it's a terrible thing. But we're going to be there with some of the great families and others, the governor, everybody is going to be there.
Do you plan to talk to the president about the tariffs?
Maybe at some point I'll talk to him. Right now I'm not. They're treating President Bolsonaro very unfairly. He's a good man. You know, I know him well. I negotiated with him. He was a very tough negotiator, and I can tell you he was a very honest man, and he loved the people of Brazil. He was a very tough guy to negotiate with. I shouldn't like him because he was very tough in negotiation, but he was also very honest. And I know the honest ones, and I know the crooked ones. We're going to see. It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received. It's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
Russian drones hit a maternity hospital in Ukraine overnight. Your reaction?
I know. You'll be seeing things happening.
Now that you will go to Texas, are you planning on delivering any type of help for undocumented families that lost everything, including their children?
I think we've done very well on immigration. We were given a very bad hand by Biden. He allowed 25 million people to come in totally unchecked, unvetted. We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast. The courts have ultimately done the right thing. Amazingly, they've really done the right thing, and they understand it's really the survival of our country. It's a very important thing. We can't have like 11,888 murderers. And, you know, something that you should have that you haven't reported. As you know, 300,000 children are missing, right? 300,000 under Biden. We've already gotten back 10,000 of those children, and we have a lot more planned to come back. We're getting them back by the thousands, but 300,000, and we've, as of this morning, over 10,000 we've gotten back.
What is your advice to countries worldwide ahead of the upcoming tariff deadline?
Oh, I think just keep working hard. You know, we've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. So I would say just keep working. It's all going to work out.
No.
I think he's doing a terrible job. I think we should be, I think we should be 3 points lower interest rate. He's costing our country a lot of money. We should be number one, and we're not. And that's because of Jerome Powell. In terms of interest, we are number one in the world. Look, I'll tell you a little simple language. 1 year ago, our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Okay, so that video replaying from this morning as President Trump went from Marine One to Joint Base Andrews, got on the Air Force One, of course, and is on his way right now to Kerrville, Texas, again, because of the catastrophic floods that took place over this past weekend. It seems like it's still midweek, even though today's Friday. But, you know, that is coverage we have right here for you as we'll see President Trump and the First Lady once they land in Texas, which is scheduled for actually any minute from now. So if we see any video, we'll go to it. And then what we do know is that at 2 o'clock, there will be a roundtable discussion and also some specifics there. I'm going to read directly from the president's public schedule. As you see, Marine One getting ready to take off. This is, again, video from a bit earlier this morning as we wanted to replay the president speaking to the press. And if you remember what he said at the beginning, he said usually it looked like a dam would have broken for the water there for it to be that much water. So anyway, we'll see if there's any more details that come out of how the heck that all happened. Hopefully we'll have Christina Loren on the line here in a second to join us and talk about just her expertise and her knowledge when it comes to meteorology and all of her years of experience as a meteorologist. But as you guys mainly know her as is a RSBN host that you've seen at the rallies and coverage here with myself and Robert McNeely and Christina right here in studio when we covered the election that night. Man, what a night that was, remember? There's some videos out there if you want to remember a little bit of that moment. It was quite the moment, as you guys know. So specifically at 2:10, the president and the first lady will participate in a roundtable with first responders and local officials in Kerrville, Texas. So that's happening. We'll have that live for you here on Right Side. As it's the bottom of the hour, 12:29 to be exact. We do know that President Trump, speaking of flights and going places, he's going to go to Pittsburgh on Tuesday. We received something from the White House, just like any network does, in regards to the president's travel. And so he will be going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, specifically Coriopolis, which is interesting because that's where Robert Morris University is, and the great airport out there in Pittsburgh. I have a few friends and family out there when it comes to college and that kind of stuff. So Western Pennsylvania, President Trump will be headed there on Tuesday. We'll have any live coverage that happens. We'll wait for more specifics about that trip as soon as we get it from the White House. Also, speaking of President Trump and traveling, he'll be going to Scotland later this month. So we'll have all that coverage here on top of the news of the day as we cover President Trump and all conservative news, whatever angles we see out there. But also, we do what you do. We look at X, we look at Truth Social, and that's just one way to see what people are reporting. And also, as we build our sources here at the network, and we continue to stay in touch with the right people when it comes to figuring out what's going on in our world. And we want to bring you as much as we can. That's our job. So, and it's also great to have a live picture or a recorded picture of what happened earlier, where President Trump taking off there in Marine One. Speaking of a live picture, we'll have the president and the first lady there in Texas. We'll get to that as soon as we see one. We'll go to that as it's now 12:30 Eastern time. So let's do this. Let's get ready for Christina Loren, who will be joining us any minute from now, as we know that it's now the bottom of the hour, Friday, July 11th. A lot of coverage, as you guys know, over the past few days here at the network, but also we have a lot of great sponsors to talk about as well. As without these great sponsors, it'd be really difficult to do the coverage we're doing. Also, thank you to the people that donate to our network. But let's go to callsheet.com/RSBN. So if you're looking at science or technology or sports or weather, any kind of topic really, you can bet, you can trade right there at callsheet.com. You can get the app as well and really monitor what people are talking about out there. What are the odds of this? What are the odds of that? That kind of thing. We see that one at the bottom. Will Elon Musk create a new political party this year? Well, he already talked about that America Party, but last time I checked, America Party is called MAGA, in my opinion. That's the America Party. Hopefully, in my opinion also, I hope Elon and President Trump become friends again. And not only just on a personal level, but on a professional level, just bringing everybody together when it comes to that situation. So we'll see what happens there. But anyway, callsheet.com/RSBN. See, that's my point. You start opening up these Callsheet apps and websites, and you see a lot of different topics to talk about, and the percentage of what people are saying, this is going to happen, this isn't going to happen, and people are putting money on the line for it. So if you want to do that, you have that right. Callsheet.com/RSBN and the app as well. All right, so 12:32, Friday, July 11th. We're live, and we're going to go to President Trump's Truth Social post right now as we await Christina Loren to join us live here at the network. Last time you saw Christina, of course, was in Iowa with Robert McNeely for that great event there, that kickoff to the America 250, which is going to be quite the party when it's July 4th, 2026, our 250th birthday party here in this young but powerful and great nation of freedom. And we hope to keep it that way forever. And hopefully other countries will follow suit and have great leaders in office to have their people first agenda, right? So, so that's the last time we saw Christina Loren. All right, so President Trump posting about an hour ago, some of him on camera there, saying we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He also said about an hour ago as well, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job. Thank you both, DJT. The president also speaking about the Secretary of War. He called him, Pete Hegseth, that. Of course, the Secretary of War is a name that was the title back in the day, but now it's called the Secretary of Defense. Donald J. Trump saying about an hour ago, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was great on Fox News this morning, talking about modern weapons and warfare. Thank you also to Brett Velikovich, who really knows his stuff. We are really on our way, MAGA. And then the president, of course, thanking some other outlets as well out there. And of course, we know that President Trump has posted a lot of articles and a lot of our live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, true conservative media on the right side of history, and that's the way it's going to be for conservative media, hopefully all the way through, as we're not bought and paid for. We just love common sense. We love truth. And if you've watched our coverage this week, we reported on all sorts of things, all sorts of talking points from people with conservative voices out there. Had a lot of interviews this week as well, including Ted Nugent, which was fun. I haven't gotten a chance to meet Ted, but it was cool to interview him the other day. And you know, he is a rocket ship, man. He all you have to say to him, and this is kind of fun, just inside baseball as we're waiting for the president there, is when you interview certain people, you know, you have to ask a lot of questions and you get your answers. With some people like Ted Nugent, all you have to do is say, "Hi, my name's Matt. Ted, you're on live. How are you doing?" And then you stop and let them go. And that's what Ted Nugent's like to interview. And there's some people like that as well. It makes our job easier because we just say something and then they go with it. Now, if we're asking more serious questions, of course, that's a whole different ballgame. But anyway, that's just the way it's been over the years, at least from my perspective, as it's 12:35 Eastern time. Let's do this. Let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back. Hopefully, Christina Loren will be on the line on the other side of this break.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back. It's 12:37 on the East Coast. We're going to see a live video of the president and the first lady within most likely within the half hour at least. We do know that they'll be landing there in Texas soon. And then, of course, as we get any video of that, we'll bring it to you. On top of the fact that the president may speak to reporters once again, we'll see if that happens. But we do know that we'll hear from the president and the first lady there at that roundtable discussion. In the meantime, let's go to RSBN host Christina Loren, and also putting on the meteorology hat today. Christina, I mean, you know, it's something that you have, how many years experience do you have as a meteorologist? And then what was it that got you into wanting to be that weather person?
Oh, you know, I have about 20 years of experience doing the weather. And I think that what really motivated me to begin with was just looking up at the sky, knowing that there's something much greater in control than humans, you know, and it just really built my bridge to God, just looking at the cloud formations and just really understanding there's so much more to this beautiful planet that we live on. And then you look at the solar system and everything else. And it just, to me, it just points directly to God. So that's pretty much what got me into it. But I mean, it's an interesting field to be in because obviously God controls the weather, but he gave humans the ability to have free will and to experiment. And you have to wonder right now with what we're seeing, how much is that experimentation impacting human lives? And are we doing things that we are just not aware of the consequences of? Unintended consequences always happen when man gets involved in God's plan.
Exactly. And to your point yesterday, I'm not sure if you saw my opening segment was about weather modification yesterday, and there's no evidence that I've seen that connects weather modification to the events in Texas. However, people are asking the question. MTG's talking about it. Ted Nugent talked about it. A lot of other people. You're a meteorologist talking about it. How many meteorologists on the in the mainstream media that, you know, maybe do a good job as a meteorologist, but they don't like our country and they're more woke, those types, they're not going to ever say the words you just said, right?
No, but to think that they would be, you know, so proud to believe that they have all the answers. Meteorology is not an exact science. And to think that we truly understand cloud seeding in particular as it relates to what could have potentially happened in Texas, again, that's a far stretch, and we'll get into it a little bit as to why people are connecting the two right now. And we'll get into it a little bit as to why people are connecting the two right now. But I've seen so many meteorologists try to come out and say, oh, no, they don't know. They can't even get the weather right for the week ahead or the next day in many cases. So it's very proud. And to think that our human minds could grasp what's happening in the upper elements of the atmosphere is ridiculous, because there's so much to weather and even the oceans that we just don't understand. And I think that it's wrong of them to even stretch their neck out and say, oh, no, couldn't have been.
Exactly. So so NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, on their website, on the .gov website, they simply say, what is weather modification? And they say any activity performed with the intention of producing artificial changes in the composition, behavior, or dynamics of the atmosphere. What role does the NOAA play in modification? There's this whole thing on it. And then if I look at one other thing, Christina, and I want to get your reaction to this. This is from the law of the Dakota Federal Regulations.gov website. And they talk about weather modification apparatus, Christina. They say any apparatus used with the intention of producing artificial changes in the composition, behavior, or dynamics of the atmosphere. For example, to your point there, seeding generators, which is, the cloud seeding, propane devices, flares, rockets, artillery projectiles, and jet engines. This is on a government website. Weather modification is a real thing. And to your point, you said it yesterday to me on text. You said it is a real thing. So isn't that interesting, first of all, that it's just not covered that much, is it?
No, it's unbelievable. And I think that because people do tend to take an idea and run with it sometimes, which could lead to a conspiracy theory. I think that there is very little transparency. But it is a documented fact that we are modifying the weather via cloud seeding. I don't know anything else that's happening. In fact, if you really look at the scientific research, all I can tell you right now is that cloud seeding is real. Basically, what happens is when there's an incoming storm, it has to be a storm that already exists. You have aircraft that'll come in, or you can actually shoot projectiles from the ground, but they're trying to get what's called silver iodide into these clouds because it stimulates condensation. And so essentially right now they're saying that it can boost rainfall or even snowfall precipitation totals by anywhere between 15 to 20%, which is significant. However, they'll point out the fact that, this is happening and we can do this to induce precipitation in existing systems. However, it cannot create a cloud. Nonetheless, if this is happening and we're shooting up this silver iodide, this chemical into the atmosphere, there's nothing that leads me to believe that it's not getting suspended up there. How is it going to impact anything that's coming downstream? We don't know that. And there's not a lot of research that has gone into what could be happening. And so I think the big controversy right now is there was a company called Rainmaker, and they are a cloud seeding company. And just 2 days prior to the flood event that happened on July 4th, they were about 150 miles away cloud seeding near San Antonio, Texas. And this is something that they have been doing. You also have to consider the fact that if this is a repetitive process, how is this repetitive process impacting the upper levels of the atmosphere? And so Marjorie Taylor Greene, rightfully so, she questions everything. And I appreciate that about her very much. There's also a congressman here from Tennessee, from Knoxville, Burchett, and he is with her. They're aligned in proposing this legislation. Potentially she's going to introduce a bill that makes it a felony to impact the weather, to try to manipulate the weather. But what I will say is in China, they have tens of thousands of people. This is their profession, to manipulate the weather. They have the China Meteorological Administration, and even back in Beijing for the Olympics in 2008, it's a known documented fact that they cloud seeded in advance to the opening ceremony because they wanted the rainfall to come down quick so that it wouldn't impact the ceremony viewing. This is documented. There are thousands upon thousands of people in China working on weather modification every single day. That is their job. They're able to dissipate fog faster. So when it comes to their military areas or even their airports, they've found a way to dissipate fog using dry ice. They can enhance snowfall. So near Beijing, in order to increase the water supply for the massive population, they're using cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is happening in California. It's happening in Arizona, in some of the dry places, primarily to help out agricultural areas. But it's happening, it's real, it's a fact, and it's undeniable.
So a lot of people may, like myself, we had the White House on a split screen there. My reaction to what you were just saying about China, my mouth was like, are you serious? I didn't know that. So here's a couple things. For the record, Christina, right now, and to those viewers that are watching, we're not saying that there is evidence that we have that the Central Texas flooding had anything to do with this situation. Absolutely. We are not reporting that. We're simply saying, okay, we saw that these flash floods happened, but we also know that there is weather modification, and so we're just talking about that. And the reason, again, why I originally brought it up yesterday, Christina, if you watched, was because somebody on Truth Social, a great viewer there, all of us, everyday Americans, that's what I love about this network, is it's really about the people, right? And it's great to be a part of conservative media. But she asked me, she goes, what is this weather modification? Tell me more about that. And so that's why we did what we did yesterday, and that's why I have you on again today, of course, because you have all this expertise. But here's the question. I know there was a lot to get to this point, but here we go. Bear with me. So, all right. Do you know any of the numbers when it comes to the record rainfall, anything in Central Texas, how much rain fell in what amount of time? And have you ever seen these kind of flash floods where it's like a mini river tsunami that would wipe out a town and kill more than 100 people? Now, again, this is not us confirming anything when it comes to Texas. I'm just wondering your thoughts on the stats of the amount of rainfall that happened and how quick of a time period it happened in.
It was really 4 hours. It is difficult, and it is a stretch to link cloud seeding to what happened in Texas because there were so many variables that were really stacked up against the community there. Number one, it happened just before dawn. So they received basically 4 months worth of rainfall in 4 hours, up to 20 inches of rain. So that's why the Guadalupe River climbed by 32 feet. Now, this area in Texas, Central Texas, is called Flash Flood Alley because it has very shallow soils. So when the rain comes down, torrential downpours, it's not getting absorbed into the soil. In fact, it has more of a limestone bedrock topography out there. So flash flood runoff is something that they are definitely accustomed to, but when you have the runoff, that's also feeding along with the rainfall into the river system. That's why it climbed so high. So it happened just after sunrise as well, and the cell service is dodgy out there, especially for those who are camping. It's spotty cell service. So the National Weather Service, they did issue watches and warnings, but a lot of people, either they were sleeping and they weren't able to get up and be prepared to get out of there in time, or they didn't even get the warning at all because they didn't have a strong cell signal. So that was another part of it. This hasn't happened since 1921. We have not seen a deadly flood event like this since 1921 in that part of Texas. And that's back in the day when we just started keeping records to begin with. So it's you have to go back to that time, though. They were very unsophisticated. They didn't have the technology that we have today. So it is unfortunate. I think the warning system, if they had a warning system in place, just like we have tornado sirens that alert people when they are sleeping, I think that would have been a big game changer. So there's a lot of different things that you have to factor in. And then, of course, you know, when something like this happens, everybody wants to kind of look around and point the finger. I think that it's just a lot of variables that came together at one time that were incredibly unfortunate, especially for the Christian camp of girls, Camp Mystic. It's heartbreaking to think about that as a parent, to send your child to summer camp and never see your child again, and knowing that something like this happened and it could have been prevented. It's heartbreaking. And so, it's just a really devastating story that I hope that we will learn from and just do better as communities, especially in weather-prone areas where flooding is likely. We have the technology now. We need to utilize it.
Exactly, and there are still more than 100 people missing in this Central Texas area, and there would have been more if there wasn't the technology that we have with people in the area when it comes to if they did have cell service. But you said something that I'm really, really concerned about. You said, and these are facts, 4 months of rain in how many minutes?
In 4 hours.
Okay, so 4 months of rain in 4 hours. Texas knows storms. They know when a cell comes through, whether it's a severe thunderstorm, a tornado watch or warning, a flash flood watch or warning. Could there be? Now, this is hypothetical question because we don't have the evidence or any answer to it. So I do want to ask you this. Could cloud seeding have made this, what happened there, way worse and really could have happened and made this happen in Texas? I'll just ask you straight up that. Again, I'm not saying that's what I'm saying happened. I'm just asking you, Christina, do you think that could be a possibility?
I think that it's impossible to rule anything out when it comes to the upper levels of the atmosphere that we really don't even understand at this point. I think that healthy skepticism is important. I think that there's a significant lack of research on long-term impact of cloud seeding. How often was this company going out? And even though it was 150 miles away, where they did seed near San Antonio, the jet stream moves quickly. You know, the upper levels in particular are moving so fast. And so you never know what's happening. Is it possible that there were particles of silver iodide suspended in the upper levels of the atmosphere when this storm came through? Of course. I think that we can't point the finger and say this definitely happened because meteorology is not an exact science, nor is cloud seeding. But I think that it's impossible to rule out the fact that interconnected weather systems, everything is connected. If it's raining and we're manipulating it in one area, that means it's going to have a direct impact on another area. That area is either going to suffer from a lack of rain or it will be impacted. Everything is interconnected when it comes to atmospheric science. So I think that it's something that we should consider, and we should at least get the dialogue going. And whether or not Marjorie Taylor Greene is able to get this bill to the president's desk, I think that's rather unlikely, but she's starting the conversation. And it's a conversation that we need to have. Here in the state of Tennessee, they actually banned chemtrails. The governor, Bill Lee, signed off on that. And so this is something that people, even our lawmakers who we look up to and we hope will make good decisions on our behalf, they're considering everything. It's an interesting time that we live in. But when you look at China, if we were to stop weather manipulation, China could be using weather manipulation as a form of weaponization down the line. They could use it to starve out their enemies, so that the crops don't grow, if they're finding ways to inhibit rainfall, for example. So I think that we need to study it, but I don't think that we need to be experimenting with it, and especially if it's going to impact the livelihoods of our family members, of other Americans. So it's just a really interesting time that we live in now. Neighboring countries to China, like Vietnam and India, they're concerned because they know that if China is manipulating the weather there, it's definitely going to impact them as well. It's who has rights over the air. China thinks that they do. So it's just something that we have to continue to watch and research and really talk about, and not just push it off to the side as, oh, this is conspiracy theory. We cannot do that because this is real. It's been happening since back in Vietnam in this country. So it's something that we all should be talking about a little bit more often.
Exactly, and NOAA and the regulation law government website, both government websites, talking about cloud seeding and weather modification. So we do know it's a real thing. Let's do this for the last part of the weather aspect, and I have a couple other questions for you as we await the president there in Texas. But when we look at it from a common sense, just not meteorology degree type of way, not a science way, and you just look at common sense and you look at the fact that this storm cells, when they do go through an area, right, here in Alabama, whether it's in Pennsylvania or wherever you are in the whole country, they usually move at a pretty good clip. I actually hear thunder right now, to be honest with you, here in Alabama as we're live. So I do hear it outside. So the point is, that's not going to stick there and stay there. Say I'm done in 5 hours from now, Christina, and I go outside and the weather's most likely not going to be thunderstorming unless there was a tropical storm or a hurricane. So having 4 months of water fall from the sky in just 4 hours in Texas, I just don't, on the common sense aspect of the 30,000 foot view, I don't ever see a storm cell do that. And I follow it on Radar Scope. I love that app. I talk about it a lot here. And you don't see that green and that red and purple and white just kind of stop and sit unless it's a hurricane or a tornado. So or a severe thunderstorm, or a tropical storm, sorry. I just don't get it. So can you at least help me out? I mean, if anybody's watching right now, this is just a conversation between Christina and I, because I want to know how this could happen.
Well, there is a significant subtropical moisture tap that it moves up from the Gulf of America. It continuously is moving north. And so whenever you have this plume of moisture, basically that's what feeds into the very thunderstorm that you're talking about right now, which is a microclimate event. You're right. Thunderstorms usually come and go, especially if they're moving quickly, 15 to 20 minutes at the most, and then you can have full-on sunshine right behind it. With this event, there has been some tropical activity in the Pacific. Some of those storms moved into the Gulf. And so a lot of that moisture was still surging to the north. Now, a front came through, a traditional front that we would see from California that moves from the west to the east. It grabs that moisture and it moves it forward. But here's the deal. We have weather models this day and age. The GFS, the American model, we have the European model that forecasters rely on to give you not just timing of storms, but rainfall totals. Somebody, at least the local meteorologist, should have been able to tell, hey, this is going to be an extreme flood event. And they should have been able to tell 24, maybe 36 hours before it happened. If they knew, if the models were picking up on it. Now, the models are calculating all kinds of different variables in the atmosphere as they crunch these numbers and give us an output of this is what they think is going to happen. The models didn't pick up on this. So the meteorologists, of course, didn't pick up on it. That's where it gets unusual because our models have been better and better and better over time. So it is, there's an anomaly. There's a bit of a question mark. How did this happen and how did we not know that it was coming? And when we see a tornado outbreak that's going to hit the South, we can see it now sometimes a week ahead of time. Like, look at the instability, look at the different readings because our models have come such a long way. Like, this is going to be a tornado outbreak and we can let people know way in advance. So there's a lot of things that just aren't cohesive. There's just a lot of
you know what I just thought about? Christina, have you ever worked on the weekend as a local meteorologist?
Yes. That's where we all get started.
And what do we call them, Christina? Do you remember the name?
No. What is the name?
Weekend warriors.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You're a weekend warrior, man. If it's a Saturday, it's 1 o'clock, and it's a beautiful day out there, and you're covering a festival, and you're working, that's a weekend warrior in local news. And here's the point, though. Christina, back to the serious point of it, though, it happened over July 4th. Mm-hmm. So this is like, we're going into a big holiday weekend, maybe, and we're not talking about specifically here any meteorologist at any of these networks in any area in Texas. We're just saying in general that's just the mindset. You go into a weekend, you're thinking July 4th and this and that. Oh, it's going to rain. There's a flash flood warning, so just watch out there. But then I still can't get it that 4 hours, 4 months of rainfall in an area in Texas, which we know has a lot of weather events. And then we have what we have right now. This 121 people are not with us anymore in Texas. This one's wild. I don't understand this one, Christina.
And it's similar to what happened in North Carolina in the Asheville area. Again, the meteorologists just kind of dropped the ball. I mean, or did they? Or are there other things that the forecast models are just not able to pick up on? So there are a lot of questions, but it's not just the local microclimate guys. And usually on a holiday weekend, you have the backup to the backup who's, readying the system of, making the forecast, making the maps and everything else. But I will say this, the same information, they can have that at the Weather Channel. We all have the same forecast models that we're looking at. You don't get a specific one for a local climate. So, why didn't they get it at the Weather Channel and say, hey, raising a red flag, this is going to happen? You have to wonder. And I'm sure everybody feels bad because as a meteorologist, the thing that you want to do more than anything is protect lives and get the weather right, because that's your credibility. So I know that nobody did this intentionally. I don't think that anybody was just kind of asleep at the wheel. I think it was just one of those cases where there are anomalies happening that we are not accounting for in our forecast models, and we got to figure it out.
Yeah, and I assume without watching any of the local news coverage in that part of Texas, that these words were spoken maybe a day, maybe 2 days in advance, or flash flood warnings being put up on the phones. But to your point, and you had, if everyone's just joining us right now and saying, well, what's going on here? Well, this is Christina Loren, of course, RSBN host, but also she was a meteorologist in San Francisco and other markets. And she's just breaking down for us just a lot of information about whether it's weather modification details. And also you shared about the fact that some of those campgrounds in that part of Texas, the cell service was terrible. So they wouldn't even get some of the warnings, especially if they were there for a whole July 4th weekend. It's just as they say, a perfect storm. And this is unfortunately what may have taken place there. And it is heartbreaking. And we're going to see President Trump and the First Lady there in just a minute. Christina, thank you so much for your insight, your analysis. Where can people follow you online?
Oh, you can follow me on Instagram, Christina Loren Meteorologist, or just Christina Loren on Twitter. And thank you, Matthew. Greatly appreciate the opportunity.
Great to talk to you. Thank you again. Christina Loren joining us live as it's 1:01 Eastern time right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so this is what's up next. It is, just 1 minute after the 1 o'clock hour. Next up here in the studio, Robert McNeely will pick up our coverage as we get ready for some more specifics when it comes to President Trump and the First Lady there in Central Texas. So before I go, let's talk about All Family Pharmacy really quickly here, as it's one of our great sponsors as well. Of course, breaking news with RSBN, as All Family Pharmacy, known for standing up for medical freedom, they just launched their biggest sale of the year. This is all about buy one, get one free. So Ivermectin, Mebendazole, hydroxychloroquine, that means whatever you order, they'll double it. 30 capsules is $60, 90 becomes $180. While the big chain shut you out, All Family Pharmacy stepping up, of course. There's no insurance, no red tape. And you got a prescription right there with you through the doctor's office of All Family Pharmacy. Pharmacy is great. You know, it's just a great website, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. All right, so you can get this sale up until July 13th. So it's buy one, get one free. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. A great sponsor here at Right Side. It's 102 Friday, July 11th. Next up, we'll be seeing President Trump and the First Lady. Also, Robert McNeely will be right here in this chair. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Have a great weekend. If there's breaking news, of course, Robert or I or anyone here at the network will be here live for you. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Good afternoon. Welcome to RSBN Live Desk. I'm Robert McNeely. If you're catching the earlier stream with Matthew Alvarez, we are covering Texas. We are covering the tragedy that took place in the central hill country of this beautiful part of a lovely state, the Lone Star State, going through so much turmoil over the course of the last several days here, a once-in-a-generation storm, and that great coverage as well by RSBN host Christina Loren, a meteorologist who knows a lot about what happens here when it comes to these wild storms, and especially as she was mentioning the thin soil there that can make that rise up so quickly. Think about that, to have over 30 feet of water coming in, a period of time that should have been 4 months, ending up being 4 hours of rain coverage, just something so tragic. And thank you to the first responders, the Coast Guard, the state and local officials who went into the Guadalupe River, who went in and around it, battling all sorts of things, not only Mother Nature and the possibility of being swept away themselves, but also the fact that you're dealing with water moccasins, other snakes, and just the debris that can harm you in a situation like that. But many brave Texans, it's a part of the culture down there, going in to save countless lives, over 850, in fact, saved from these terrible floods. So we await President Trump, who has touched down with First Lady Melania Trump in the great state of Texas to survey the damage with Governor Greg Abbott as well as other Texas officials. Now, a statement from the White House Faith Office. The White House Faith Office asks you to join us in prayer for the precious lives lost in the Texas floods. Amidst this tragedy, our nation must come together to pray for the victims, their families, and the first responders, conducting rescue missions to find those still missing. May God wrap his loving arms around all those in Texas. And as Psalm 34:18 reminds us, the Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So we await President Trump to address everyone on the ground there in the great state of Texas. A difficult week for countless people, including us here at RSBN. It's just tragic to see 31 million Americans who live in Texas going through all of this. And being someone who lived there as a child for a few years, it's really a great place of people. And many have now relocated there for better opportunities. We've seen now 40 electoral votes. That means more congressional districts popping up as a result of people moving to Texas. And it's always been a land of opportunity. A lot of the native Texans will call it the land of milk and honey because of their distinct sectors. If you look at Dallas, the entertainment district, or actually the business district of the state, Austin, the entertainment district, the music, Austin city limits, as well as the state capital, and a great university of the University of Texas in Austin. And then Houston being the energy sector, as well as San Antonio, really the home of the military in the Texas, the home of Alamo as well, where the Texans made their stand against, at the time in 1836, one of the most powerful militaries in all of the world, led by Santa Anna and the Mexican army. And that was their rally cry, their chant of remember the Alamo. And they so did, becoming an independent nation, and then 9 years after that, becoming part of the United States in 1845. So our thoughts and prayers with the great Texans, and they have kind of this can-do spirit of they won't ask or complain necessarily, but they definitely come together, and they know how to help out one another. And that's the best thing we can do as fellow Americans, is help our fellow Texans in this time of need. And now we see the door is open to Air Force One. You see the seal of the President of the United States, First Lady Melania Trump, joining the 47th Commander-in-Chief on this tour of the floodlands and what can be done with FEMA and the federal response to assist. And sadly, we've seen that some in the demon rat ranks have tried to blame the president over this. And we've seen some legacy media outlets attempt to skew specific numbers with readiness. And the fact is, actually, many people there were doubled in response as well. So it's been actually a very good response considering a once-in-a-generation storm. But as Senator Ted Cruz said during a press conference the other day, this is not the time to point fingers, but this is the time to really come together as Americans, support one another. First and foremost, prayer. Second, financial, if you can assist with that. And then as the days go on, as the recovery continues, if you can lend that helping hand, of course, do that. I can remember when Hurricane Katrina happened. I was in high school in 2005. And our football coach, a math teacher, a really, really great man, a graduate of Wheaton College, if you're familiar, just west of Chicago, Illinois, where the late, great Billy Graham attended for his master's. This gentleman, we filled up a semi. He drove it all the way down after a football game, so did not get sleep on a Friday going into the workday, then had a football game to coach. We won that game, and then he got in and drove that semi roughly 15 or so hours from the Chicago suburbs down to New Orleans. That's the fabric of this great country. And I've seen it time and again. Let's go to President Trump getting off of Air Force One with First. And we'd like to thank our sponsors here on the right side of history. As you saw, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, getting off of Air Force One in Texas and then boarding Marine One to survey the damage in central Texas. Thank you to Angel Paste, another great Texas company. Experience the miracle today. You've seen me try the Miracle Cream. It's vitamin B infused, non-GMO, no chemicals. Good for your skin and for your mind as well. It's really, really lovely. Your skin will glow after this. You get rid of your dry skin. I get dry skin at times, so I love this product. They also have the orange vitamin C infused immunity option, as well as a natural mosquito repellent. Really great this time of year, on top of a facial spray for guys and gals. So go ahead and paint the town red this weekend with angelpaste.com out of Spring, Texas. They're in the Houston Metroplex and off of the Gulf of America. So experience the miracle today with countless different options at angelpaste.com. And you can get a good night's rest this weekend. I hope you do with mypillow.com/RSBN. The free shipping sale. Mr. Mike Lindell, the master marketer, as President Trump put it, at the 100-day rally into the administration in late April, early May in Warren Township, Michigan. You get the My Cross for 50% off. There's a male and female version of what Mike wears on a daily basis. Also the My Pillow bed sheets as low as $24.98. And the multi-use My Pillow 2.0. I'm excited to try the 2.0 because I have the original and it helped my sleep immensely. Now for $9.98, what a deal. And you could get the With God All Things Are Possible theme, the 4th of July theme, the American flag, or simply a red, white, or blue option. There's pink as well, along with many other colors. Support Mike Lindell and RSBN by shopping now. Over 2,000 items on the website, mypillow.com/RSBN. Now, the White House is saying trust in Trump. The 47th Commander-in-Chief has been working overtime nearly 6 months in order to save this country from the auto pen. And as he said today in the press gaggle leaving the White House this morning, that the auto pen left him the most dangerous border. And we know that it's been secure now, especially with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Those 300,000 children that were missing, the feds have found 10,000 of them. And God willing, they all come home. And that is my question for the department heads right now. Because there's a lot of questions this week as to the Epstein files and what happened with all of that. But thanks be to God, President Trump announcing today to the press 10,000 of the 300,000 that were lost under AutoPen are now safe and secure, and God willing can come back into society, because who knows what they went through with this trafficking, this kidnapping. And we have Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. on the record saying that HHS under Biden, the AutoPen, might be responsible for this in some part, if not negligence, but in actually perpetuating the trafficking. So we'll stay on this because it's a deeply disturbing story, but we'll watch closely as this president is working to undo what he inherited and to make this country great again as sentiment surges, as the economy booms as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act signed into law. When President Trump unveiled his historic America First agenda back in April, he offered some free advice. Don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panican, as he put it. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. It reminds me of Joshua 1:9. It's my favorite Bible verse. Be strong and of good courage, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. And we know through the faith office, we know through the prayer that started the cabinet meeting earlier this week, this group of people asking for God's strength and leadership in order to make America great again. Now, President Trump was right. Again, Wall Street sentiment is surging as the stock market reaches new record highs. JP Morgan Chase and Company, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank, UBS, Global Wealth Management, and Barclays have all elevated their S&P 500 index year-end targets, now predicting record gains to continue. consumer outlook is on the rise, with core inflation at its lowest level since March of 2021. Expectations for an inflation spike have completely receded as Americans grow increasingly confident about how the economic outlook will look in the coming weeks, months, and years. Now, price hikes never materialized, and another reason why Jerome Powell should lower the rates. A new study found that prices for imported goods have actually declined faster than prices for the overall goods, confirming that tariffs have had little to do with the effect on prices. In fact, we're bringing billions of dollars, trillions of dollars worth of capital back to the United States thanks to these amazing trade deals President Trump has done with the United Kingdom and Prime Minister Starmer. How about his Gulf trip to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, with the great leadership of those fine nations who have stood in solidarity with the United States and telling Iran to back down in that process. It's amazing how President Trump is restructuring the global economy and international security as a result of his policies. By all metrics, President Trump is overseeing another economic boom in the United States. Jobs numbers have trounced expectations for 4 straight months. Gas prices remain at their lowest level in 4 years, and blue-collar wages continue to grow and have seen the largest increase in nearly 60 years. And this has been on the front page of great newspapers such as the Minnesota Star-Tribune, the Courier-General, the Detroit News, also talking about GM moving $4 billion in production to the United States, and Lebanon Daily News out of Pennsylvania saying that Amazon is investing $20 billion into the Commonwealth. So promises made, promises kept. And we know President Trump committed to all of those different policies that he made, promises on the campaign trail that became Republican National Committee policy in about a week last year. And we know that Sunday marks the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. And our prayers continue to be with Corey Campetor's family, and may God rest his soul. A gentleman who shielded his wife and children when gunfire came upon President Trump and the entire crowd. And it's something that still strikes me as I was watching the rally, and right when I turned it off, that it started to begin. Going to see a friend's concert in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was just a terrible thing. Those are the moments that you remember exactly where you were, and thank God that he was okay. And look at the crowd and my colleagues as well, who stood their ground, listened, of course, to law enforcement. But a situation like that could cause a crowd to scatter and run. No one did. And that's the courage of MAGA. That's the courage of working together. That's the courage of fight, 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 win, win, win. And I think a lot of people saw the courage, the true character of this man who for years and years we saw on television. We saw build as a real estate mogul and a golf empire, hospitality, but somewhat of a character in his own right with his appearances on countless television and movie productions. But right then and there, even 10 years into his political career, it takes a lot of courage to be shot and then to stand and then to encourage, as the leader of a movement, to fight, 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 and win, win, win. And the other touching part of that is he entered into the hospital to be looked at and taken care of by the expert doctors in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The people who were there filming him walk in saying, "Oh my God, thank you God, he's okay." So this is a great country. We stick together in the toughest of times, and we'll get through everything here in Texas as he will take on that role today as consoler-in-chief, along with our extraordinary, fantastic First Lady. Two people we do not deserve. The Trump family has given so much to this great nation, and we thank them for their strength, and we pray for them every single day. And one thing you should be prepared for because of the storms in life, whether literal or figuratively speaking, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They want to protect you now through Sunday, July 13th. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. It's buy one, get one free ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, mebendazole. We know insurance companies have interfered and with their own pharmacies or their influence over specific doctors and pharmacists trying to handcuff them in the process, saying that this did not work. Well, it does work. It works against cancers. It works against COVID. It works against bacterial and viral infections, and it has for a long time, and it's cost effective. So if you do the buy one, get one free now through Sunday, July 13th, we're talking 30 tablets become 60, 90 become 180. Again, buy one, get one free. BOGO for the 4th of July sale, July 13th. We interviewed Mr. Michael Kunzler, the co-owner of All Family Pharmacy, yesterday, breaking down how important it is to have these essential medications. In fact, over 200 with the company, emergency medical kits, also antibiotics to take care of you and yours. And you know what's great about the medical kits and even all these medications? You can take them on the road as well if you're planning a summer trip. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Stock up that medicine cabinet. Scan the QR code now. And once you're done with that, why don't you give a call over to the great Colonial Metals Group. They're the best in the business for protecting your IRA and 401k with gold and silver. 100% tax-free. Really heed the warning of experts like Warren Buffett. Great patriots. In fact, U.S. Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro doing an awesome job over in the District of Columbia. She trusts this group more than anyone else. Scan the QR code now, freegoldguide.com/RSBN to receive your free no obligation 2025 gold guide. Now, if you order anything with that gold guide, you stand a chance to receive up to $7,500 in free silver. So think about that. $7,500 is great, but paper money can be inflated. It can be taxed, and then I would rather go with the silver. That's a good thing to have as your best bet against inflation. And we know that the Chinese Communist Party, they want an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States. They are manipulating their currency. They're trying to buy prime time farmland, which Secretary Brooke Rollins helping put an end to that. And President Trump, as well as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, Attorney General Pam Bondi. You saw that great group of the cabinet and senators, congressmen, governors who met outside of USDA in Washington this week to put an end to the Communist Party's nonsense. But even here in Alabama, 2.2 million acres of farmland controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So that is all coming to an end. But in the meantime, protect your IRA and 401k with gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. As we await President Trump to be part of this press conference today in Texas, along with First Lady Melania Trump accompanying him on Air Force One. They have touched down and are now aboard Air Force One. I'm sure a quick trip over to the location off of the Guadalupe River in central Texas after these very deadly floods. Recent reports saying that around 121, if not more, people have perished, young adults to young children. And we've heard the great stories of wonderful patriots like Dick Eastland, the counselor who dedicated his life to Mystic. And there you see there the Mystic Camp, Texas Strong, perishing in these terrible, terrible storms. You can't imagine something like it. When a child is dropped off at camp, I'm sure a parent's immediate thoughts are, well, I hope they get along. I hope they learn some life skills, how to build a fire, how to protect themselves in the outdoors. God forbid they're in a situation like that. And just to enjoy God's green earth, especially the Texas Hill Country. It's one of the most beautiful places, not only in America, but throughout the entire world. And plenty of outdoorsmen that are in the great state of Texas. So you think about, will they get along? Will they make new friends? Will they be bullied? I hope not. You never think that over the course of 4 hours, you'll have 4 months of rain dropping into and around the Guadalupe River on this thin soil. It then rises 32 plus feet in half an hour. It's a once in a generation situation. But we know Psalm 34:18, God is with the brokenhearted. He's with us always. And as Gracie Hunt put it, so sad, the daughter of the Kansas City Chiefs owners, they are Texans as well. They lost a cousin in these storms, and she said that God is with the brokenhearted, quoting that psalm, but also he promises to be with us. He doesn't promise that he'll necessarily take away hardships or not allow us to go through that test, but he'll be there before, during, and after all of it. And words really cannot, I know, console people who are dealing with that at this moment, especially the great leadership in the Lone Star State of Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, the Senators John Cornyn, also Ted Cruz, countless congressmen, other state officials who have been working overtime. And we do hope to have them for their comments in the coming days and weeks here on Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and understand that it's such a moving process for them in their offices. We know that they are very overwhelmed right now, and if there's going to be a horrible storm to take place, Texas is the place to have it, because they've handled these things in the past, and they'll continue to do that with the support and the help of the federal government, regardless of the naysayers and the voices out there that are claiming otherwise. As Senator Ted Cruz said in a press conference just the other day, this is not the time for pointing fingers one direction or the other. It's a time to console the victims. It's a time to pray for the families, to financially support and literally give hugs and be there for people in this tragedy. He was even mentioning his daughters were picked up from camp just the other week, and you could see the pain in his eyes and his voice as he's, I'm sure, consoling and speaking to countless constituents that have 31 million Americans residing in it, one of the finest states in the union. So our thoughts and prayers are with them as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be part of this press conference. We'll take that live for you to see the president's comments as he's assessing the damage. Now, you do have many situations happening in this great country, a big news week, and Democrats are inspiring vicious, escalating attacks on ICE. If you watched The Voice of Reason last night, one of the main losers, the Massachusetts legislature, they want to take the masks off of the ICE agents. They want to protect their identity. Of course they want to protect their identity, because they are being pushed in every which way, in every direction, and harassed by the demon rat left. Let them do their jobs. Even Senator John Fetterman, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, said, let them do their work. He actually spoke up against Hakeem Jeffries, who, if you noticed, apparently has been busy chopping up and splicing his photos, because maybe we could start calling him Hips Don't Lie Hakeem. That was a very strange picture if you saw that in the Bronx just the other day. But John Fetterman saying to the House Minority Leader, why not let ICE just do their job? This is not good for our party. It's not good for our country. Just let law enforcement do their job. And you have the perpetual demon rat left claiming that there are concentration camps and that people are being abused by our law enforcement. Nothing could be further from the truth. So the White House releasing that as ICE agents risk their lives to secure our borders and protect our communities, they're facing a 700% surge in assaults, a direct consequence of dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric from Democrat politicians. Now, the attacks have only gotten more brazen in recent days. On July 4th, when we're celebrating the beautiful 249th birthday of this great country, 11 leftist criminals abused officers at an ICE facility in the Lone Star State, in Alvarado, after defacing vehicles with anti-ICE graffiti, including ICE Pig and FU Pigs. The assailants lured officers out of the building and opened fire, shooting one officer in the neck. Again on the 4th of July, deranged rioters viciously assaulted federal agents at an ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. They kicked, they punched, they targeted with an incendiary device. I was raised, I went through the DARE program, and I can remember that. You just respected those in uniform. I'm not sure what's happened to some of these individuals who seem crazed and deranged if you've seen any of their mugshots, and quite frankly, it's not even worth saying their names because they want their 15 seconds of fame. They just belong to be behind bars right now. Maybe it can knock some sense into them. On July 7th, a man unleashed a barrage of gunfire at a Border Patrol facility in McAllen, Texas. That's right on the border. The attack, which saw dozens of rounds fired at the building and agents inside, sent 2 police officers and a Border Patrol employee to the hospital. So Our thoughts and prayers with the ICE agents, Border Patrol as well, taking on Tren de Aragua, MS-13, terrorist organizations, and you have situations like this inspired by the demon rat left. It's really wrong, and unhinged Democrats on Capitol Hill should start telling the truth and actually listen to one of their colleagues out of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Senator John Fetterman, who seems to be that man bridging the gap, because you need a strong two-party system or more. You don't want a one-party system. You don't want communism. You want checks and balances, and the best way to do that is to speak truth to power. And I give credit where credit's due. Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, thank you, sir, for speaking up against No Hips Hakeem, his failed leadership in the House, and God willing, he'll remain minority leader after the midterm elections. Thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN, where you can answer questions just like that. Will the Democrats take the majority? God forbid come 2026, but it's a thin majority, 219 to 214, 4 vacancies. Republicans in control of the House right now. Will Elon Musk create a new political party this year? He wants to call it the American Party. We'll see what happens there, unless there's rescission packages, I'm sure, that Republicans must put forward in order to fulfill those congressional promises they made back in 2024. How about who will the president pardon this year? So those questions, among many others, including will the Los Angeles Dodgers repeat their World Series championship in baseball this year? The All-Star break coming up this weekend into Tuesday, just as the Florida Panthers did, defending their hockey championship and winning back-to-back Stanley Cups. You can all answer and bet, trade on all of those questions on Kalshi.com/RSBN. Go ahead and scan the QR code there. Also, if you like what you see, rsbnetwork.com/donate, or text RSBN to 801-801, rsbnetwork.com/donate. RSBN, easy to remember. Please text that to 801-801 if you wish to give. That's the way we take on the legacy media. We're citizen journalists here, anchors, hosts, great writers, producers, and directors working overtime for you, the American people, to bring you a live desk. We were the Rally Network the last decade, and sometimes we get to go out to those rallies when they happen, like last week, President Trump kicking off the Golden Jubilee celebration of America 250. And that's always fun to talk to the great American patriots on the ground. But that day in, day out live desk, we want to bring you, like we will today in Texas, that press conference with the President of the United States and the First Lady of the United States, along with Texas officials, federal employees that are dealing with all of these big issues right now, as ICE agents ramping up, getting hurt amid their enforcement in the great state of Texas. So Texas being a huge focal point this week in the news. Also, we had the opportunity to interview a great friend of ours of the network. He's the president of the Conservative Caucus, Jim Paff. We dove deep into a number of different issues and have a lovely recorded interview. The first half of it, in fact, we got into so many topics, we just kept going. And we can with Jim because he is quite the policy wonk. He has the experience. He's worked on Capitol Hill. He knows inside and outside of the Beltway. So let's go there now to Mr. Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus. And we are joined by Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus. The one big beautiful bill has passed. So what is your take on the positives in the law, the not so positives, and where this very slim majority, now 219 to 214, with the announced resignation of Representative Mark Green of the volunteer state of Tennessee, where does this all go for the Republican majorities leading into 2026?
Well, it depends on what the next steps are. Listen, the bill we're very positive about overall because the net benefit is good for the American people. You have finally, for the first time since I've been doing politics, which is about 30 years now, permanent tax cuts. Like the Trump tax cuts from 2017 were made permanent in law. If they want to change the income tax structure, they're going to have to actually pass a bill to increase taxes. That actually is pretty profoundly excellent. The tax, the ability for 5 years of businesses to be able to expense out in the first year their investments in equipment and so forth. That's a very positive thing. And some of the cuts to Medicaid were pretty good. $500 million cut in Planned Parenthood funding for a year, no Planned Parenthood funding or any abortion provider. That's pretty amazing. So I'm very pleased with a lot of that stuff. But there still was so much left on the table, so much more that could have been done and necessary to do for a future economy, because we still aren't getting out of the debt spiral. So I'm positive about it net, but some missed opportunities with Mike Johnson saying that they want to do 2 more rescission bills in the fall and next spring. And if they do the right thing and they do the rescission cuts, then we can have a really positive year for 2026.
And is that more on the discretionary spending side or more of the mandatory spending with what you were explaining there about some of those misses?
Yeah, so the reconciliation bill, which is this bill that they just passed, and the purpose of that is to change up any policy in the current budget. That's all non-discretionary spending. That's the spending we do where if anyone qualifies for a program that Congress created, then they're going to get paid. You don't cap the budget on any of that. Qualification is a standard. That's why you see so much growth in these welfare programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. So they could have done a lot more reform in those areas that would have been very positive, and they could have done it. These rescission packages, what they are requests of Congress that come from the White House to pull back certain areas of spending out of the current budget structure that they have on the discretionary side. And those are the amounts that are specifically authorized with a cap on the various programs. The DOD gets a certain budget up to a certain amount. USDA gets all these agencies get a certain amount for their budget. They can't spend any more. The purpose of a rescission is to draw back some of that spending. I believe there are up to $500 billion of rescission possibilities that are in there. If the Trump administration gets those across, and Mike Johnson says he'll work to get them passed, that could be a very positive. We're seeing a test of that right now. There was a $9 billion rescission that came out just a few weeks ago, and it was passed by the House. We're still waiting for the Senate to act on it. If they'll act on it and then act on all of these, I think you'll see a very positive response by Americans going into 2026, because this is what they're looking for. This is what they voted for.
And do you think anything will be related to maybe the Second Amendment issues that some congressmen were concerned about with the One Big Beautiful Bill? And that was mostly due to the Senate parliamentarian pulling out some of that language, but also as it relates to the Green New Deals, that has been something on the left that they've tried to sneak on in there as part of, in a sense, pork barrel spending, just getting that amendment in there so that can remain intact. Do you think the Republican Congress will tackle any of that?
Well, they could do all of that in the next rescission bill. And in fact, John Thune should look the parliamentarian in the eye and say, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but this is wrong. And anyway, we make the rules. So, and he just needs to do it. Look, we're in a desperate time potentially right now. I do agree with Donald Trump that this last reconciliation bill, and also Scott Bessent's been making this, the Treasury Secretary has been making this case. I think there will be some positive growth come out of it from the tax structure size. But if we cannot get this spending under control, we always have a risk of inflation, because we just added, the ability of Congress to spend $5 trillion more above its budget in this bill. That's a lot of money. If we go through all of that, I mean, we just printed up about $7 trillion in 2021, the Federal Reserve did, and that was the biggest thing that spiked the inflation during the Biden administration. And we haven't fully recovered from it yet, although the Trump policies so far are helping. We have to help that side of it too, because every money that's spent by government is taken out of the economy. And that means it's not being put into productive use, or very, very minor productive use at all. That has to change. And the ideas that you brought up, as well as some other things, if they can do it in another reconciliation, it would really help. There is a lot of opportunity here, particularly when it comes to getting rid of the Green New Scam.
And to your point, Jim, with your experience in Congress and on Capitol Hill, say there's a swing district, things come to mind like a Georgia 6 or even like a Georgia 7, the suburbs of America. If it's a Republican or even Democrat representative trying to come in there with a PVI index of less than 10. So for those viewing who don't know PVI, it is what's the likelihood of a district to swing one direction or another. Do you think each individual representative is going to have more of a shot coming back to their constituents saying, I was able not only to give you tax cuts, but permanent change from Congress to stop the bleeding, to stop the spending? Would that be more popular? Or do you see it coming from a Democrat direction saying, oh, there's going to be cuts to this program and that program? Are we so addicted to our debt and our spending that the constituents would have a specific way of voting as a result in 2026?
Oh, I think the Republican message between the two that you just gave is a much stronger one. The American people are not buying this world's coming to an end when it comes to cutting spending. In fact, the New York Times over the weekend, with these tragic floods that happened in the hill country of Texas over the weekend, they're trying to make the case that it was Trump cuts that caused most of these deaths. But that has been entirely debunked on social media and elsewhere, because the reality is there was plenty of coverage, plenty of ability to take care of these things. And in fact, Michael Schellenberger came out with some very good information showing that the local county needed to beef up some of its emergency procedures, and that the National Weather Service had beefed up staff prior to that storm coming in. So that narrative is losing every single time it comes out. I just use that as an example. So if they come back in to the districts and say, yeah, the world's falling apart because Donald Trump's making cuts, it's not resonating with the American people right now. It's only resonating with the most committed Democrats who just hate Donald Trump, and it's not penetrating anywhere else. Then this is why I make the case, though, that if they will cut about $500 billion through rescissions, that's a powerful message to take back to the states and in these elections, because what it's going to allow these Republican congressional candidates to do is to say, listen, we needed to pare back government. We're in a better place now than we've been in a long time. We're doing government cuts on an annual basis right now, more than we've done in decades. And the world's not only is the world not falling apart, we're actually doing much better. That is the kind of message that people are looking for, because that's action taken rather than criticism being given. And that always net works in campaign politics.
Yeah, it reminds me somewhat of 1992, Ross Perot versus George H.W. Bush, and the argument that without Ross Perot being involved in that, you never have a Clinton presidency. But if the Republican message is able to come back and say, hey, we did this with the rescission package, and this is something that might be in the future, as you mentioned, then there's no need for Elon Musk's American Party or this third-party movement that really is one issue, but a core issue, the spending and our deficit, because, as Senator Rand Paul has said, it really can be a national security issue. How do you compare the two? Because we had President Bush 41 once mention, read my lips, no new taxes. President Trump has been a lot stronger on that with cutting the regulations, even from the first term when he started right out the gate with every new regulation needed at least 2 cut, and perhaps even moving at a faster, rapid race right now. But there seems to be a need, or almost a thriving for a third-party movement if this core message and promise does not get delivered by congressional Republicans.
Well, I'm not convinced at all that there is an uprising for the third-party movement. There'll be some movement toward it. I think the challenges of ballot access and also vetting candidates that people want to vote for, I mean, that takes a long time to do, and I think it's going to be very challenging for Elon Musk to have any success there. That being said, Republicans work very hard to grab defeat out of the jaws of victory every election cycle when they're doing well. And George H.W. Bush is a great example. He did not have to raise taxes. He could have pushed back against the Democrat Congress he was facing at that time and said to Leon Panetta, who was the majority leader in the House at the time, said, screw you. I'm not going to break my promise. So you figure it out, and then I'll sign it when you're ready. He didn't have the courage to do that. He still would have won if Ross Perot had been there. So that brings me to the main point. Remember, that was a presidential year election. We're going into a congressional election only, a midterm between presidential elections. The dynamics are a bit different between those two things. You have lower voter turnout because there's not as much excitement on the national stage. Presidential elections bring out voters that we call ones or twos often. Those are people that over the last 4 elections only voted 1 or 2 times. Those people tend to come out in presidential years. They don't come out in anywhere near the numbers in congressional years typically. So that's the other factor that's there. There's nothing strong to coalesce around, is I guess what I'm trying to say. People could coalesce around Ross Perot because that's one figurehead and one person that you're talking about. Whereas when you're talking about different congressional districts, and Elon said he's only going into a few of them, then you can't nationally coalesce around that. So can they put in enough money? And by the way, money doesn't win elections. There's no correlation between money and election winning. If that were the case, then Elon Musk would have gotten the Republican Supreme Court candidate elected in Wisconsin that he put millions of dollars into. And that guy lost big. So, and I'm not trying to be critical of Elon as a person. I'm a big fan of Elon Musk. The problem is that this is not the way to get done what he wants to get done. The best way that I would recommend is for him to get involved in primaries and Republican primaries all over the country, help recruit candidates that will take down some of these bad members. Listen, I maintain that our problem is not the Thomas Masseys of the world or the Rand Pauls of the world. If we had 55 Rand Pauls as Republicans and 220 Thomas Masseys as in the House, then Donald Trump would get everything that he wanted and more. Whereas, and the other person that Donald Trump went after was Tom Tillis, who thankfully has pulled out of the Senate race for re-election in North Carolina. That's a big advantage. If you had 220 Tom Tillises and 55 Tom Till in the House and 55 Tom Tillises in the Senate, Donald Trump would get nothing of what he wanted. They would all be working against him. That's the big difference. And so primaries are where this really matters. And it's not going to address all the issues, but if you can add 10 or 15 more members to the House Freedom Caucus, then you can literally stop the bad crap fully on Capitol Hill, and you take a lot of power away from the appropriators, who are the real people working behind the scenes to stop the Trump agenda.
Now, there is some discussion on a possible legislative challenge, even a bill that might come forward that could redraw what the census had done based on the 14th Amendment and now with the recent Supreme Court ruling. Do you think anything can move forward like that? And I believe it's been quite some time since a challenge on something like that, because we have our censuses every 10 years. How would that proceed forward? And do you see that as being part of President Trump's legislative agenda moving now towards the end of 2025 into early 2026?
Well, I'm certain it would pass out of the House, and it probably should. But there is no way that it's going to get out of a Senate when it has to go through the cloture rule, which is basically the filibuster rule, to proceed to a vote. Chuck Schumer's never going to allow it. The changes that need to be made are benefiting Democrats right now, and they want it to stay that way. In fact, they rigged it to that end. Now, I would like to see, because some of this census policy can be addressed, in my opinion, through a reconciliation package. And if they were to do this in reconciliation in the fall and able to get that through, that would be a powerful and helpful tool. It is something that does need to be done. It's just going to be a real challenge unless you can get 60 votes in the Senate, because this thing benefits the Democrats right now. They want this for not only in 2026, but they want it in 2028 as well, when it's still no census would have happened. But yes, there is a constitutional command to do a census every 10 years. There's no restriction to do it any sooner. It's just Congress has to fund it and authorize it. So yes, I think it could be done, and I would like to see it pushed.
Could it be pushed before 2026, or what next election would it have the effect upon? So would it be the midterms or the presidential in 28?
Well, so practically, if this were voted on in the next few weeks, and the change were made, then every state legislature is going to have to introduce bills at the beginning of next year. Right? I mean, the census would have to take place. I don't think it would have any effect until 2028. I don't think you can squeeze it in for 2026. I mean, maybe there's some path that I'm unaware of that can get that done, but you have to have the legislatures redraw the districts. You're already into an election cycle at the beginning of 2026, and there are election calendars in every state that lay out when you need to print ballots, when ballot access needs to be validated by the various people wanting to run, by following those rules. And all that's laying out up to the spring of every year. So the legislature would still have to act on changes to districts. They could conceivably do it, but they're not going to have the census data. So I think the best chance of this having an effect is 2028, if it were passed this year, or maybe even next year. But that's when you'd have to get it done.
And our thanks to Jim Paff. The first half of our conversation, we might be able to get the rest in. If not, that will be uploaded for your streaming pleasure and viewing pleasure over the course of this Friday and weekend, because we did a deep dive on policy. So it's always a pleasure to have Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus. I hope you saw that split screen of President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump coming off of Marine One into the suburban motorcade in that mountainous region of central Texas. It really showcases the beauty and the awe of this region of the country. And Texas does have all of Earth's subclimates within it, as the United States does. We're one of the only countries that actually has that, from rainforest to desert to different arid climate to humid climate to everything in between, all of those subcategories. Yes, this great nation of ours has that, but Texas, home to all of it. So if you've been throughout West Texas, for example, very much of a desert area. And then, of course, along the Gulf, very much almost tropical and extraordinarily humid, and especially needed this time of year, a great mosquito spray, hopefully an all-natural one, hopefully that Angel Paste that does support us here, a great sponsor at the network. As you see, Texas strong, the United States of America flag and the Texas flag proudly standing tall together. Actually, the Lone Star State, that Texas flag, really the only flag that can legally fly at the same level of the American flag, if I'm not mistaken, because they were once a nation from 1836 to 1845 when they won their independence from Mexico. Now, it's been an interesting week of news, and our thoughts and prayers with Texas, as you saw there, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, many of these officials, not much sleep and much consoling as they have to put that hat on as federal and state employees, as public servants. These are the worst things you have to experience and go through, consoling people and their parents as well, to hold people that have lost 9-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and everything in between at a beautiful Christian camp that has supported countless individuals and many famous Americans as well, who are influenced by the Mystic Camp off of the Guadalupe River in central Texas. So again, our thoughts and prayers reaching out to those affected by these terrible storms. Now, 121 or so have passed, but 850 plus saves made from Coast Guard to state and local officials. So God be with the first responders and the recovery effort. And we'll hear from the President of the United States as well as local and state officials momentarily. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for sponsoring us here on the right side of history. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN right now for the buy one, get one free 4th of July sale that's been extended through Sunday, July 13th. So do not wait. Get on this now. Scan that QR code, because 30 tablets becomes 60, 90 becomes 180, and it's ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, mebendazole, some of the medications that have stood the test of time and that the insurance companies don't want you to have because they're actually running the local pharmacy down the street from you. Talk about a conflict of interest. But we know that dealing with cancer, dealing with COVID, dealing with bacterial and viral infections, that these life-saving medications can make the difference and save your life. Again, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, mebendazole. Order now, buy one, get one free. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. If you order right now, you'll have this medication to you within 24 hours, right to your doorstep. Doctors, pharmacists, nurses working overtime, patriots to protect you, the American people, and to get you life-saving medication that's cost-effective with over 200 essential medications, in fact, as well as medical kits and antibiotics. You could take them on the road as well. So if you simply want to stock up the medicine cabinet, why not do it now? Because there are storms in life, as we're covering today, literal storms, storms that are in our minds and our hearts that bog us down. And it's good to have that medicine cabinet filled regardless. Good to have these things on the road with you as well. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. When you take care of your health, you could then check into your retirement and savings. Colonial Metals Group, the best go-to for gold and silver. In fact, protect your IRA, 401k with gold, 100% tax-free. The no obligation 2025 gold guide, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You can scan the QR code there as well. But it's time to heed the warning of financial experts like Warren Buffett and great patriots like District Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro in the federal city. President Trump appointed her for several reasons, because she loves this country, she's tough, and she's all about the Constitution. She's also all about you protecting your savings and your retirement, because entities like the Chinese Communist Party, they want an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States. They are going after friends of ours like in Taiwan, people that we trade with so we can have chips in these silly phones of ours that we carry around and really cannot live without, unfortunately. How about all that farmland they're trying to buy up around our military bases? We saw this week that Secretary Brooke Rollins dealing with that directly with other cabinet members, also governors, senators, and congressmen, all taking on the Chinese Communist Party. And we know that Xi Jinping really fears no one. He might fear President Trump. He definitely respects how strong of a leader President Trump is. Regardless of that, good to take care of your 401k IRA with gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN, and you stand a chance now if you order through them with the no obligation gold guide, any item, you will be entered to win $7,500 on the house of free silver. So be sure to do that today, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors, especially Colonial Metals Group, as the Demon Rats have made plenty of news this week, as they normally do, trying to throw spaghetti at the wall. And with no hips, Hakeem Jeffries implored people to fight the Trump administration. They continue with their insane, disgusting rhetoric in the streets, declaring that ICE agents will be unsuccessful in protecting their identities no matter what it takes. And as I mentioned on the primetime show last night, The Voice of Reason, this Massachusetts legislature wants to take off the mask. They've proposed a bill, they've passed it through their House, to get ICE agents to take their masks off. Now, these are the same people that wanted you to mask up, wanted you 6 feet apart. It's now all been proven to be non-scientific. They didn't want you to go to church. They didn't want you to go to the gym. They didn't want you to function in your normal duties in life during the pandemic. But now they want to expose ICE agents who are simply trying to protect their identities, in turn protecting this great country. Maybe there should be a one-way ticket. I know I'd spend my tax dollars on sending No Hips Hakeem, I don't know, maybe somewhere like, Afghanistan. Maybe he can just enjoy a study abroad tour at the moment, try to understand other cultures and the world for what it is, instead of harping against the people that protect us on a daily basis, including our wonderful ICE agents. Now, Representative Pramila Jayapal called ICE agents deranged. I mean, I think she should look in the mirror, but said that it's inspiring to obstruct immigration enforcement. These people are perverted. What about Representative LaMonica McIver, who was charged with forcibly impeding and interfering with federal officers, inciting her supporters to shut down the city, her words, because we are at war. That's what the low IQ congresswoman had to say. How about Governor Tim Walz? Remember the former vice presidential candidate, that goofball of a guy who enjoyed smelling the tire fire with his wife when Minneapolis was burning? What an absolute joke. He smeared ICE agents as the modern day Gestapo. Sir, you are truly a disgrace. And stay in Minnesota, and God willing, someone like Mike Lindell will be running against you, because the good people of Minneapolis and Minnesota, they deserve better than your nonsense. What about Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, a communist in his own right, accused secret police of terrorizing our communities? And then Senator Bernie Sanders, crazy Bernie Sanders, as President Trump puts it, asked people to figure out a way to stop ICE from what they are doing as soon as possible. How about, sir, you worry about the gang-on-gang violence in your city, the rampant violence that's taken place because of your predecessor, because of you. There's some great reporters out there on the ground in Chicago who actually are asking you those questions, and the racist policies you put forth in the second city, and how you have a police force of 151 agents protecting you and the First Lady of Chicago, but you won't put that in the most vulnerable neighborhoods of Chicago. A beautiful city, well, it once was, 50 neighborhoods all unique in their own way. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson wants to play race politics, and it's harming his hometown. Well, actually, his hometown is Elgin, Illinois. He's from the suburbs, but somehow was a mass-produced globalist who was planted into the city of Chicago. And again, those great people deserve better. Congressman Stephen Lynch smeared ICE agents as the Gestapo and nondescript thugs. AOC, the congresswoman from New York, perhaps future senator who's going to take on the Palestinian senator Chuck Schumer, said that ICE should not exist. Okay, that's just absolutely stupid. How about Representative Eric Swalwell, the one that had the affair with the Chinese communist spy? You might remember him. He's from California. Said it was his priority to ensure that ICE agents are no longer faceless, comparing them to some 1800s bank robber or some KGB officer in Russia. And then there's Congressman Dan Goldman, who compared federal agents to secret police who must be unmasked. And then there is the troll of trolls, Congressman Jerry Nadler, accusing ICE agents of hiding misbehavior, because otherwise, why would they be wearing masks? Well, maybe it's because you're perpetuating lies and disgusting shade, as the young people put it, at these people who simply want to serve their country. They literally walk out the door on a daily basis, and they don't know if they're coming home, going up against foreign terrorist organizations that have raped, maimed, killed countless good Americans. How do you look in the face of parents like Jocelyn Nungary's mother, who was raped and murdered by these thugs? What about Laken Riley, who was on a jog in the afternoon in Athens, Georgia, the University of Georgia, in a place that's forever changed? It's a beautiful lake, a beautiful park where many people will go. Her roommate said, I should have gone with her. Why was I studying for that final? That PTSD will never leave that young woman as a result. That was something that was a mistake, but I felt like as a Georgia resident, I had to sit and listen to the victim impact statements. And that was a horrible thing to listen to. I can't imagine what it was like for the families. But no, these are the same congressmen that sit down during a joint session of Congress on March 5th while a young man is sworn in as an honorable public servant into the Secret Service by our Secret Service director, who's suffering from brain tumors, who's had a relapse of that. They did not get up and clap for DJ Daniel. Who the hell do these people think they are? And now they're making up lies about this situation that took place with the Guadalupe River, Camp Mystic, and the hundreds of people who have passed, especially the youngest Americans who are our hope, who are our finest. And now with parents that have to live with this, it's really a terrible thing to bury your child. And our thoughts and prayers are with them today, as sadly there's one party in America that is against the American way of life. And I don't like saying it. It pains me to say it, but it's the truth. I mean, they've shown their true colors. And thank God that we have this populist president, this MAGA president, which Make America Great Again, bigger than one person, one family. And my God, I mean, they've taken on the Trump family more than most would, coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Butler, Pennsylvania. And that what could have been a much, much, much worse day. But the Capitol family, their lives changed forever. They went as a family to see the President of the United States, to participate in democracy. And their father did not come home after giving his life, not only protecting his family, but as a firefighter for his local community. There are some people that are truly the greatest among us, and it's the ones who wear a uniform and go out the door every single day to save lives, to protect lives, and who are willing to put their lives on the line. Let's toss it there now, live to Texas and President Trump and the First Lady. And a great display of leadership as you look at Congressman Brandon Gill there and Congressman Dan Crenshaw on site as well. Congressman Chip Roy was just meeting with President Trump, and all of those first responders, those firemen, those law enforcement agents, and also the great National Guard on the ground there with Governor Abbott. President Trump greeting all of them, taking that time to shake hands, take pictures. The consoler-in-chief, he does it better than the rest. There's no question about it. And you notice something about those gentlemen as well, taking off the cowboy hats to greet First Lady Melania Trump. It's just something about Texas. They are utmost gentlemen as you catch there. Secretary Brooke Rollins, I believe, wearing the white 45-47 USA hat. President Trump also donning that today, I'm sure, on what's relatively hot, humid, sweltering day in central Texas. It's been a rather hot summer as well. Just the aftermath of these terrible storms, but at least some smiles, some hugs, some consoling. And we look forward to, over the coming days and weeks, there's Congressman Wesley Hunt, a hero in his own right, a Black Hawk helicopter pilot, graduate of West Point, Senator Ted Cruz there as well, the GOAT, if you will, of the United States Senate. Is there anyone more knowledgeable than Ted Cruz on Senate procedure and how to fight for the good old US of A and our founding documents and our Constitution? And they are all there on the ground joining President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump in what has been a very difficult number of days and hours. Senator John Cornyn there with Senator Ted Cruz as well. God be with Texas, the great state of Texas, as Ted Cruz puts it. Wonderful people there, and President Trump surveying the damage. And that's something that he does. That's his expertise. You saw there in that video, we're bringing you everything unedited as he's listening to the experts on the ground who have been there, going over the maps, going over surveilling the damage that's been done and how to fix all of this. Perhaps newer and more updated monitoring systems as well that can, in effect, predict all of this. But you were watching earlier with Christina Loren on our great meteorologist here, RSBN host as well, that it's not a perfected science, this meteorology. And to have a once-in-a-generation storm like this, the fact that 32 feet plus of water coming in half an hour, 4 months worth of water, in fact, dropping onto central Texas, onto the Guadalupe River in a matter of 4 hours. It's unprecedented, and something that now must be dealt with in a public and private manner to figure out how it will not happen again. As we're joined by Daily Caller's Ashley Brassfield, giving us some live updates from the Federal City. Welcome, Ashley, on this beautiful Friday, and you are just hitting the ground running, keeping the pulse of Washington, D.C. with the Daily Caller. Tell us about your conversation with the lead investigator on a number of these issues, Mr. James Comer, the congressman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Yes, well, we've been doing a lot of investigative coverage on, well, the Biden administration and Biden's mental health decline. Of course, I came on and talked to you about my report with Ronnie Jackson regarding the Biden doctor's sexual misconduct, but he actually showed up this week to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee, and he missed a lot of the reporters, actually. He went through a basement entrance. We tried to catch him, and he avoided 2 reporters' questions that were able to catch him coming down the hallway to go into the room for the closed-door investigation before the committee. And, of course, we saw what the results of that were. He pled the 5th. So I got the opportunity to go up outside the room right before it started and got to ask the chairman, Comer, a few questions about just that, what Ronnie Jackson said about his sexual misconduct. The chairman actually brought up Ronnie Jackson saying he was assisting with the investigation. They brought him on to the committee to help with that. So I thought it was a perfect time to ask him, will you be asking any questions regarding that? And the chairman told me that he didn't know anything about that. And that I followed up asking, well, will you ask any questions about it? But of course, we saw the results that the doctor didn't answer any questions. He pled the 5th the entire time, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by it, and I think that's the concern of MAGA, is that the voters that put these leaders in are really concerned that they'll have the backbone and the wherewithal to take on Washington, D.C. and just say no to the perverts and the spenders and the people in the Autopen administration, the bureaucracy of Barack Hussein Obama that don't want to shed a light on the evildoers. And we're trying to connect and thread the pieces here at RSBN, as you are at the Daily Caller, a great institution that really uncovers the cockroaches that are hiding under the rocks and the corridors of our great federal city. But do you think that this doctor, Kevin O'Connor, who's been with the former president, vice president, and senator for countless years now, really is the missing link to a number of these investigations? Because, that's the beauty of our due process, of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, that you can plead the Fifth, but what is he hiding? I think that's what a lot of people are questioning at home.
Right. Well, of course, not to make it too political, but a lot of Republicans are using past comments by Democrats saying, silence is complicity and silence sometimes shows guilt, meaning what he means by pleading the Fifth the entire time. And that is exactly it. I think the American people want to see a successful investigation come out of one of these committees. This is the president of the United States we're talking about. He was running the country. The American people, I think, feel they have a right to know if he was able to do the job, and if those around him were not, putting into place the 25th Amendment to get him out. That was not serving the American people. Neera Tanden kind of admitted that a little bit in her testimony, over 6 hours of it. So there is a lot more testimony going to be coming up in the next month or so, right around end of July, going into August. We actually have Ashley Williams, a staffer, testifying today in front of the committee. But of course, what lacks there is the aspect of not having the doctor-patient privilege, which O'Connor had. And that is what he stated when pleading the Fifth, that, his lawyers were saying that that's what they're using, and he doesn't have to, say anything because of that. So I think that is one thing that the staffers do not have. And of course, we saw the White House, come in and say they do not have presidential privilege anymore. That happened last week. Our own Reagan Reese did that report. So this is just an ongoing, investigation when it comes to the staff. We have Karine Jean-Pierre coming in. We have the, chief of staff for the former First Lady, Anthony Burnell. There's a lot more people coming in that I think you have to keep an eye on. Do I think O'Connor is a missing piece in this? Absolutely. But even there's staff secretaries, Bobby, that have not been called on. Stephanie Feldman was right after Neera Tanden. And a lot of people have been keying in to the fact that they were the ones that carried the documents that were signed by the auto pen. And Ronnie Jackson even stated that to me. So, a lot of figures that I still think are missing pieces. Do I think O'Connor is a huge one? Absolutely.
And that's what's so interesting, too. And of course, innocent before proven guilty. That's the standard here in the United States, and it should be. But the other side does not necessarily afford that in the direction of MAGA and Trump and the Republican Party as a whole.
Well, let me say one more thing, too. A lot of this is citing the DOJ investigation as well. His lawyer stated that to see what conclusion they will come to. So that is also another piece of this. This might not be over for O'Connor. I still think there might be something there with the DOJ. We'll see, though.
Well, and we trust you, too, because you're on the ground literally reporting on all of it and doing a great job asking those appropriate questions. Why we have a free and fair press in the first place. And with a great, sharp brain like yours, Ashley, there's no question that we'll get to the bottom of this maybe in the coming weeks and months here. And it just seems like all these investigations leading back to Obama, to AutoPen, that there are all of these missing links. But what I find so interesting about it is that Ronnie Jackson, for those who don't know, the great congressman from the Lone Star State of Texas, he was President Trump's chief physician while in the first term, and the physician to the president, Barack Hussein Obama, as well. So this is someone who's seen this process, just as Dr. O'Connor would have with President Biden, and then being with him since he was vice president and dating back to his time in the Senate. Now, another major breaking investigation from the Department of Justice, James Comey, and then also John Brennan. Where do you see all of this going? Is there talk on the Hill that there might be a smoking gun in all of this?
Right. Well, from what I've heard from sources, this is going to be mostly concentrated in the DOJ. I think I had my eyes on House Judiciary specifically with Jim Jordan. Seeing where this goes, of course, like I said, I think people want to see somebody held accountable. There's the upcomingness of Brennan through the CIA itself, the story. John Kiriakou was on Patrick Bet-David show the other day talking about this and how he was under people like George Tenet back in the Bush administration. You have to look at the background of these people, the type of people they are. Of course, we've seen James Comey in the media recently making threats to the president, brought in by, of course, the Secret Service. So really looking at what type of people these folks were in general, Bobby, is I think a key piece to this. And, somebody asked me yesterday, is this the president getting vengeance on his enemies? And I think it's accountability in a lot of ways, but will that accountability come through? That's the question here.
And that's a big question, I think, when you look at the Epstein files as well, because President Trump has really respected the difference between the executive, and it's within the same branch, but the independence and liberty of the Department of Justice, of FBI Director Kash Patel, his deputy Dan Bongino, of course, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, doing extraordinary work. In fact, today, President Trump is in Texas right now surveying the terrible flood that happened on the Guadalupe River in central Texas in Kerrville. But as he was leaving with the press gaggle, I'm sure you saw that of the 300,000 missing children, 10,000 have been recovered, and they've been brought to at least safety and hopefully back into society. And we believe that these have been victims of perhaps trafficking or some form of modern slavery, which Secretary Kennedy actually said several weeks ago that the HHS under Autopen could have actually been trafficking these children potentially. So this could have been a huge scandal at the top of our government. I'm very curious to see, where is former Attorney General Merrick Garland on all of this, because we're going to keep this administration accountable. Of course we have to, even on the right side of history. But where was Merrick Garland the last 4 years sitting on these documents that could have led to a smoking gun and saved all these children, 300,000 that could have been Americans or even foreign nationals?
Right. Well, protecting the most vulnerable, you would think, I think a lot of, honestly, all the Americans can agree on, is something that's a huge component that we have to keep the government accountable on, of course. You talk about Merrick Garland, weaponizing the DOJ against the former president. And I think keeping it accountable, that we keep getting results, because we never seem to ever get any under him, under the Biden administration. So, I think this is another aspect that, this is a win for the Trump administration if they can continue this. Of course, the border is a huge aspect that President Trump campaigned on. We saw it ourselves on the campaign trail. And that's what, over 80 million Americans voted for. So this is a huge win. And if they can keep things like this coming, and we can go back even to Brennan and Comey, I think that it will be a total win for the Trump administration myself. I think protecting the most vulnerable is a winning issue.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I think it's attracted a lot of people to the big tent of where the Republican Party seems to be right now in serving people and their causes, and that it's really a party for everyone at the end of the day. Is there anything around the corner in Washington, D.C. as people are enjoying their summer vacations? We know that gas prices are down, but you have a tragedy such as what's happened in Texas, where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump on the ground with federal, state, and local officials in the Lone Star State. Is there any discussion on Capitol Hill, since you cover it, of anything dealing with these massive storms, or any discussion on further cloud seeding, manipulation, any whispers of that on Capitol Hill that you're hearing from specific congressmen or senators?
Well, we saw EPA Secretary Zeldin actually speak up about this, that he would like to see transparency with this and releasing some documents to the American people, and information more so on that issue. A lot going on always on the Hill, but though, there was an officer killed in Texas. I believe there's going to be a statement made on the floor later today about that. That was one thing I heard today. But, I will say one thing, though. The Epstein files, that topic is definitely lingering across Washington, D.C. It should be very interesting to see the developments on that. Of course, it's the main thing that's been talked about really all week here. So some stories that have kind of swept under the rug, unfortunately. But at the same time, a lot of Americans, especially even Trump supporters, still care about that issue.
Yes, and we'll be absolutely watching not only the whole of Congress and the leadership of the Republican Party in these days, because sadly we know where the other side will be. Mr. No Hips Hakeem seems to want to just change his photos that he's taking in the Bronx instead of actually getting to work with the Trump administration. But we'll be watching closely Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna, who has led some of these investigations, including Congressman Comer as well, who you asked just this week. Anything else that we can find you following or taking care of in the swamp, as you are one of the finest journalists in all of the federal city?
Well, thank you. Yes, you can follow me at Brassfield Ashley on X, of course, dailycaller.com, and you can type my name in, Ashley Brassfield, and follow along. We've been doing a ton of Epstein as well as Biden investigation stuff on my end, so you can keep up with me there, and as well on Instagram as at Ashley E. Brassfield.
Well, thank you for being our eyes and ears on the ground, because that city beat, it's fun. It's seemingly dangerous at times, and I know in the heat of the summer, especially in the swamp, it can be somewhat uncomfortable, but you're doing God's work in the process, and we look forward to having you on again. Ashley Brassfield of the Daily Caller.
Thank you.
And as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are on the ground in Texas surveying all the damage, you see there Kelly Loeffler as well from Small Business Administration speaking with her former colleague, Senator John Cornyn of Texas. So you have the full size, scope, and weight of local, state, and federal government. Scott Turner there of Housing and Urban Development as well. So all of these individuals ready to, and they have been really all week on the ground there, not only consoling constituents, but finding a solution to the problem that was here, a once-in-a-generation storm that took place, and the questions that do surround it. If it was solely Mother Nature, or if it had anything to do with being a man-made process, whether that was for good things or for ill. All those questions are coming about with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene putting in legislation that would prevent, in fact, making it a federal offense, a felony, to cloud seed at all. And we know, thanks to the great reporting of Christina Loren as well, here one of our RSBN hosts and a meteorologist, that sometimes it's used to combat drought. But regardless, this is all connected. The atmosphere, it can move very quickly in a matter of short moments. And the questions, as she put it earlier in the broadcast, where does the sky have its limits, and who's going to regulate that? Because we know the Chinese Communist Party trying to control weather and modify it themselves. So we'll stay on this story. So much developing this week, a big week for news, and mostly not only covering what's happening here today, but our thoughts and prayers to the great people of Texas and all those who lost loved ones in this process. And just a moment ago, as Ashley was speaking about Congressman and Dr. Ronnie Jackson, he is on the ground as well, and breaking that potential story of this Dr. Kevin O'Connor that you're not familiar with, pleading the fifth. Ashley Brassfield of the Daily Caller doing some extraordinary work on the ground, getting questions to the chief investigator, Congressman James Comer of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who has pledged to the MAGA community to be forthright, transparent, and have that appropriate congressional oversight of everything that took place, not only now, but during the Otto Penn administration. This is an individual, Dr. O'Connor, who was like Dr. Jackson, taking care of presidents, vice presidents in their day jobs. But this individual, O'Connor, who's been with Biden for a long time, allegedly sexual misconduct and other acts that might tie into other issues within the Beltway during the Otto Penn administration. And one of the features here of RSBN and its live desk, if you go back and scrub back to any of the episodes this week, the commonality between all of our subject matter experts and the great people that yours truly and Matthew Alvarez had the opportunity to interview this week, really talking on all of these complicated issues that are tying together seemingly all roads potentially leading back to Barack Hussein Obama and the Otto Penn. And that's been the question: who is the Otto Penn? Who is that bureaucratic nature who was signing that printed signature on behalf of the then President of the United States when it came to pardons, when it came to executive orders? We know what's been told to us on the ground. House Speaker Mike Johnson, when he succeeded that role in late 2023, trying to schedule a meeting with then President Biden, and his entire cabinet was there, and his cronies, including the former vice president. Finally, Scranton Joe asked him to get up and leave. And they all looked at each other in a very uncomfortable manner, according to the House Speaker. And he said, "Mr. President, I'm concerned about these issues, that these executive orders you've signed, it's really going to hurt the American economy." He said, "Mike, I did not sign that. What are you talking about?" He said, "Sir, we can go talk to your secretary right now, just outside of the Oval Office. You signed that." He said, "Mike, I don't know what you're talking about." So not only do you have a situation of elder abuse, potentially, we know the cognitive decline, which the past administration covered up, but who in the hell signed these executive orders and these pardons? And then I asked President Trump aboard Air Force One before St. Patrick's Day, is the auto pen authorizations, are they null and void as a result? And he said, well, ultimately the courts will have to decide, and we'll see what happens with this ever-growing scandal, which seems to go in day after day, week after week, month after month here, as President Trump has been left to clean up the mess dealt him by the auto pen. There is perhaps no worse administration in American history, and thanks be to God that you, the American people, peacefully and patriotically put common sense back into the White House back on November 5th. And we're almost at the 1 year mark, the anniversary of July 13th, 2024, in Butler, Pennsylvania, when this all could have come to an end in a bloody and terrible way. And thank God for the millimeter miracle, as our dear friend, Pastor Lorenzo Sol of Detroit, Michigan, states often, turned his head, President Trump, and looked at that big, beautiful immigration sign. And the proof was in the pudding there. There was no Republican versus Democrat. There was no conservative or liberal. It was just cold, hard facts that he brought down illegal immigration and stopped those border crossings in the first term. And now, faster than ever, as Tom Homan has put it, the borders are, how efficient it has been under this president. In fact, Tom Homan was given an award by Barack Hussein Obama. Mr. Homan serving under 6 presidents, dating back to Ronald Reagan. So again, the proof is in the pudding there with the way President Trump has led this great nation and continues to do so. Not only America strong, but Texas strong today, as we await this press conference with leaders in the Lone Star State and the federal response that will assist in the rapid rush of overflowing waters from the Guadalupe River just last week, taking the lives of over 121 people, but with 850 plus rescues, thanks be to our first responders and the National Guard, the Coast Guard especially, who have been just remarkable in this response. And thank you to angelpaste.com, another Texas miracle that is out of Spring, Texas in the Houston Metroplex. Experience the miracle cream today, vitamin B infused, no chemicals, non-GMO. So you see me use it here on the network. I have dry hands on occasion. It's mostly during the winter time, but regardless, always helps to make my skin glow. So I like to use this on a regular basis. I could still grip that tackle box, and I look forward to doing that, especially in the summertime, hitting the lakes, the streams, the rivers for trout and bass, among other species of fish. So guys, don't worry about using these products because they can work for you as well. There's the immunity option, the orange, that's vitamin C infused, non-GMO, no chemicals, as well as an all-natural mosquito spray and a facial spray to paint the town red. Christian owned, they hire veterans, and they like to live on the Gulf of America out of the Lone Star State of Texas, none other than the miracle that is angelpaste.com. We take care of your skin, take care of your sleep as well, because that can make a difference in a job interview, on a first date, on the next big thing in your life. You got to get rest. And there's no better way to do that than with the 2,000 plus items at mypillow.com/RSBN. The free shipping sale. Get the My Cross now that Mike Lindell wears. Save 50% on that. There's a male and female version for you, masculine and feminine, so you can, again, paint the town red and share your faith with family and friends. How about the MyPillow bedsheet option, as low as $24.98, and the multi-use MyPillow 2.0, which I might just buy a couple of those today because I've got the MyPillow 1.0. I know he doesn't call it that, but the OG, if you will. Mr. Mike Lindell helped my sleep process with these great pillows. And look at all the different designs going for $9.98. Is there I don't even think there's a lunch special out there that's $9.98 for With God, all things are possible. That theme. How about the American flag? Or just a simple color of gray, white, pink, whatever you'd like. Perhaps red, white, and blue to make that decor really sparkle in your home today. Support Mike Lindell and RSBN by shopping now, mypillow.com/RSBN. promo code RSBN. Call today, don't delay, 800-836-7566. As we are Texas strong today, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump on the ground in Kerrville, Texas, truly deep in the heart of Texas, the Hill Country, which is absolutely gorgeous. If you've seen some of the earlier shots and some of our colleagues in the press, just surveying that area where Marine One is to Air Force One, also the motorcade, very hilly, very mountainous. Texas has every subcontinental climate in the world is within Texas. The United States has all five as well, but Texas being one of the only states that encompasses all of that, from rainforest to desert to everything just about in between, with such unique cities and great agriculture and open spaces. It takes forever to drive through there. And even though Alaska is much bigger, covers the continental 48, lower 48 United States, but Texas, the biggest down here. And everyone has the heart the size of Texas today for our friends, our really family members, this great American family of ours. 31 million Americans call Texas home, and they have stood the test of time, fighting for independence back in the 1830s, becoming an independent nation in 1836, and then joining the Union in 1845. And that's why their state flag, the Lone Star flag right there, can fly at the same height, the same length as the American flag. I believe the only one that can do that legally. If someone would like to correct me, please feel free to opine. Feedback at rsbn.tv. But I always love to visit the great Lone Star state of Texas, because you'll see those two beautiful flags right there flying proudly together in a sense of Texas pride and American pride. Nothing quite like it. And today, as most days, I'm wearing my Texas boots. Texas strong. We are all Texans today in solidarity with our dear friends in the deep in the heart of Texas, in the Hill Country. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump surveilling all that. As we go through all of the news this week, lots of news. We have been talking to subject matter experts from inside of the Beltway, outside of the Beltway. If you have some time this weekend and after this live broadcast, please feel free to go through the countless topics we're diving into here on the right side of history. In this live desk, we pledge to you, wherever the end leads, we will go there. We are unafraid of it, because this is a network that is about free speech, the founding principles, our founding documents, and regardless of where the rabbit hole takes us, we will go down that route, because we want to be citizen journalists for you, fighting for the American people and fighting for our way of life, to make sure that the unhinged deep state League of Shadows, the globalists, do not succeed in their mission of deconstructing and destabilizing the United States. We know that past administrations and living former commanders in chief, they allowed this to take place, from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush to Barack Hussein Obama, and ultimately the Autopen, who was not in control, all attempted to destabilize this great nation by bankrupting Detroit and bankrolling Beijing. But then the citizen president came down the escalator with our gorgeous First Lady Melania Trump, the man of The Apprentice, the man of building skyscrapers and golf courses. And the hospitality and hotel industry said, I can do it better. I know a thing or two about money. And enough with people like crooked Hillary Clinton and all they've done to harm this nation. And he stood boldly. Look at the last decade. Because of his leadership, because of your involvement, we have a constitutional governance once again. And we'll follow everything going on within the Department of Justice. I know there's a lot of questions surrounding the Epstein files and the investigations into James Comey, John Brennan. Where was Barack Hussein Obama during Russia, and Crossfire Hurricane, the Steele dossier? We now know it was a coordinated effort to take down a duly elected president. We know the Clinton campaign, in fact, spied on the Trump campaign back in 2016. And we know what happened in 2020. So we are unafraid of where the truth will lead us, as the White House is fighting every single day to fulfill the promises they made and kept to the American people that became Republican policy, as taxpayer-funded benefits are for American citizens. They are not for illegal aliens. President Trump has directed his administration to take the biggest step in more than 30 years to protect taxpayer-funded benefits for American citizens and not illegal aliens. The move, which preserves roughly $40 billion in benefits for American citizens, overturns decades of bureaucratic defiance and builds on President Trump's executive order directing an end to the subsidization of open borders. Now, under President Trump, hard-working Americans will no longer be forced to front the cost of benefits for illegals. The Department of Health and Human Services is restricting the 13 additional public programs, including Head Start, health workforce scholarships and loans, mental health and substance abuse support, family planning, and more. The Department of Education is ending free tuition for illegal aliens at post-secondary career and technical education programs. The Department of Agriculture as well is restricting illegal aliens from accessing federal workforce development resources and grants. And also the Department of Justice is closing long-standing loopholes that have allowed illegal aliens to access taxpayer-funded benefits. So we'll watch all of this as, with the One Big Beautiful Act becoming law last week on the 4th of July, that was a big part of that, to make sure that people are not gaming the system. And that's what the demon rats and No Hips Hakeem and the Palestinian Senator Chucky Schumer are complaining about. They want people to have this pathway who don't have to become citizens as a result. So they're cheating the system, they're beating the system. And what country has been so generous? Now, I was speaking to Mr. Director just yesterday about this off camera. There are people actually advocating for slavery in the United States. Whether it be some factions of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or some demon rats who say that, oh, no one else wants to field the farms of America or the pistachio farms of California to the peach harvest in the great state of Georgia, among others throughout this wonderful country of ours. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. And why would you want to pay someone it's less than a minimum wage. It's, in fact, not a livable wage to do back-breaking labor 15, 16 plus hour days. It's almost as if, the demon rat party that was the party of slavery wants to reinstitute slavery. Why would they want to do that in this great country? Nothing's really changed since the 1840s or slightly before that. Their founding in 1828, which demos is Greek for of the people. The Democrat Party, as it was initially instituted, really was up against the New England Republicans at the time, who had become more of the aristocracy. It was John Quincy Adams versus Andrew Jackson, both great presidents in their own right, 6 and 7 for different reasons, but political rivals of the day. But then as you get into the 1830s, 40s, 50s, as the discussion over slavery got heated and violent at times, the Democrats, they really stuck their heels in the sand, causing a civil war ultimately, and they really have not changed since that time. If you look at the history of who they are, maybe different policies here and there, but at the end of the day, it's about groupthink. It's about the collective. It's about looking at people's skin color and discriminating against one another. And there's plenty of criticism to go around with the Republican Party, don't get me wrong, but the Republican Party stands the testament of at least looking at the person as an individual and not simply because of their circumstances or their socioeconomic background or simply the color of their skin or where they go to church or if they don't go to church. But thank God for the MAGA movement, because Donald Trump exposed what was the Uniparty, the League of Shadows, the deep state, the globalist agenda of Washington, D.C. Nice to have a third-party populist movement that actually enhanced and broadened the big tent apparatus of the Republican Party, much like Ronald Reagan did in the 1980s. So it's good to be part of that today, and it's great to be on the right side of history here with you at RSBN's live desk to give you everything inside and outside of the Beltway, speeches, press conferences, everything, as we're moments away from President Trump addressing this issue here in Texas, and some of the people you saw going across the camera as I was going on my soapbox. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick doing an extraordinary job right there in the Lone Star State, as well as Senator John Cornyn, who was going and greeting some folks there, countless congressmen. Also, HUD Secretary Scott Turner came into the shot there. Many members of the cabinet on hand today, including Brooke Rollins from USDA. She's a Texan, and also Kelly Loeffler of Georgia at SBA. She is there as well at hand with the President of the United States. It's good to have a cabinet that does not hide, that does not take paternal leave like a certain transportation secretary did during AutoPen named Pete Buttigieg. And under his watch, countless crashes and terrible toxins that were released into the Buckeye state of Ohio. If you can remember Vice President J.D. Vance, when he was a senator, running that stick through the water and all those strange chemicals and colors coming up, and the cancers that have resulted for residents there because of the poisoning from that train derailment. But the demon rats don't want to change any of the bureaucracy. It's about protecting the institutional things that exist in Washington, D.C. This group is different. This group wants to deregulate. This group is bringing private and public experience into governance and streamlining the size and scope of your federal government and asking those common sense questions. This press conference already reminds me of President Trump when he was on the ground early in the second term with Karen Bass, the LA mayor, who has now just spewed out ridiculous claims that somehow law enforcement is turning on its citizens when President Trump rightfully saved Los Angeles from burning down from the far left deep state rioters. He had to go in because of what happened during the Summer of Love in 2020. You remember what happened there with countless cities burning, including Minneapolis, Chicago. New York had many troubles, as well as others from coast to coast because of demon rat leadership. And Karen Bass sat there and looked President Trump in the eye saying, yeah, these permits in the Pacific Palisades, might take a week or so. And President Trump just said, let them back on their property. They want to rebuild. There's nothing left there. And we took those cameras right there for you, as you saw from the pool, that people's homes, their livelihoods completely wiped out because of those natural fires. And Governor Gavin Newsom, back to the first term of President Trump, said to the press, promises made, promises kept. Thanks to President Trump, we had a better federal response to the natural wildfires that were in northern and central California dating back to 2019. Be nice to have Republican governance there. Maybe Scott Hilton can change all of that. He's running against the presumptive nominee of the Demon Rat Party, the former vice president, who can't seem to really be successful outside of government and running for office, although she did not stand a chance against the GOAT, President Donald John Trump. So we see with all these natural disasters where true leadership stands, Texas strong, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump on the ground, looking over the damage from the Guadalupe River. Think about this, 32 feet in roughly 30 minutes. That's how quick the river rose in this very thin soiled area that cannot take on water that quickly in the Texas Hill Country. It's one of the most beautiful places, not only in America, but throughout the entire world. If you have not visited, I highly recommend it. A wonderful place actually to get married. Two dear family friends of mine have been married there in the past, and those were wonderful celebrations, especially to see the sunsets in the Texas Hill Country, not far from Austin, not far from San Antonio. This is roughly 90 miles, Kerrville is, from that great outpost of the American military. And Texas is so unique in so many ways, not only for the agriculture and for the wide open spaces and the freedom it's always stood for, but also Houston. That's the oil sector, the energy sector, a big part of the United States that's gaining lots of population and might be the second largest city in America soon. You have Austin, an entertainment capital and a tech hub as well. Is the UT Austin, a great college campus, the favorite of celebrities and actors like Matthew McConaughey. We look forward to football season there. It's always a stronghold, the capital of Texas. Also Austin City Limits, where you've seen some great performers over the years. And then the business sector of Dallas. It's an extraordinary place that without Texas, America would not nearly be as strong as it is. So all of us today and this week, we have a little bit of Texas in us, and we are all Texas strong as the 47th Commander-in-Chief is meeting there with local officials, taking the time also to take pictures with all those first responders on the ground who have been dealing with, I'm sure, little sleep and working around the clock to bring some comfort and safety to those victims during this crucial hour. Now, President Trump also announcing a presidential delegation to Osaka, Japan, to attend the World Expo. That will be coming up on July 19th, according to the White House. The Honorable Secretary Scott Bessent of the United States Department of Treasury will lead this delegation. He's done some excellent diplomatic work throughout the world in this term, especially in Geneva, Switzerland, when negotiating tariffs with countless other partners in NATO and throughout Europe and the European Union specifically. Now, the members of the presidential delegation will include the Honorable George Glass. He's the ambassador of the United States to Japan. The Honorable Lori Chavez de Reimer, the Secretary of the United States Department of Labor. Also, the Honorable Christopher Landau, Deputy Secretary of the United States Department of State. And the Honorable William E. Grayson, Ambassador to the United States of America Pavilion Commissioner General of the Expo 2025. And this is all on top of really a busy schedule for the president throughout the summer. He is nonstop, as we've seen, not only attending these proceedings, but also going around the world with great successes in NATO. Also the success we saw at the G7 in the middle of that, ending the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. This is a guy who is nonstop at 79 years young, and almost every day there is 1, 2, 3, or 4 different press gaggles and plenty of discussion to go round the clock, as President Trump has been very transparent, the transparent commander-in-chief, and what a relief it's been from the Otto Penn administration over the last 4 years. We also know, too, that President Trump promises made, promises kept on countless tariff threats against other countries, mostly between the 25% to 40% range. Then also meeting with African nations who are really turning towards peace, including Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu visiting the White House this week, nominating President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, and African leaders following in such, and also congressmen nominating him as well, including Buddy Carter, who's running for the United States Senate in Georgia. So if there's anyone who does deserve the Nobel Peace Prize for recent actions, it's none other than President Donald Trump, who has saved countless conflicts from taking place, including India and Pakistan. All in the middle of this, and perhaps on your early summer vacations, but late May, early June, they were going to go to nuclear war. They were ready to do that. President Trump said to both of them, if you do this, forget any trade with the United States. Trade and capitalism, speaking to them, negotiation, brought them all to the table. As sadly this day brings all of us to the table, regardless of party, regardless of ideological leaning, and regardless of legacy items that want to simply lie about who was on the ground when and how much staffing was needed. And if you're going to criticize, do so, but definitely come with your facts, because the people who are on the ground actually doubled what was necessary. This was a once-in-a-generation storm, and I'm sure President Trump piecing together how to make it not happen again if there was any man-made correlation, or simply if it was once-in-a-generation storm. We know that rivers flood. We know that this area very susceptible to the flood alley of the United States. But I'm sure none of us have seen, unless those great first responders and public employees and officials there, as you see Senator Ted Cruz speaking to the gentleman there, that almost looks like Dr. Phil. It's probably not, but it looks like him. But Senator Ted Cruz there, I'm sure, speaking to countless Texans in this crisis. And you have a situation on the ground where 32 feet of water coming up in over just shy of 30 minutes. And that's unprecedented to even hear of. And whether you want to call it the once-in-a-generation storm or an act of God or an act of something just, it is Dr. Phil there, a good man who is wears his heart on his sleeve. Right behind them there, Secretary Noem, which the far left has lied about her record and saying that she was nowhere near this somehow, some way. I'm just impressed by the energy and the devotion this entire cabinet and team gives. But we know from Psalm 34:18 that God blesses the brokenhearted and is with all of us. Joshua 1:9, be strong and of good courage, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. But natural questions come about with cloud seeding, with weather manipulation. We know that's been used for positive things like getting rid of drought or helping those clouds, as I understand it, with companies like Rainmaker and some others who might be behind just cloud seeding experiments, not necessarily having to do with this specific flood, but that you get the drought, the clouds to have precipitation. I speed that up. We also know it's been used for harm and for ill. Some of these experiments beginning during Vietnam, and where our troops really should have never been. And you might have a different opinion than I on that conflict, but much was dropped upon the Vietnam in order to try to assist our ground troops and our groundswell to end that conflict. And sadly, things like Agent Orange, other chemicals dropped on our Vietnam veterans. And if you ever see a veteran, of course, thank them, but especially those who experienced Vietnam, who were drafted, in some cases before their 18th birthday. It led to the reason why the threshold of 21 years old to vote was brought down to 18, because you could be asked to die for your country but not have the right to vote. So that was enacted after the Vietnam conflict. But that's when that cloud seeding experiments were created. You had people like Lyndon Johnson, who usually spoke out of his rear end, but the 36th president saying things like those who control the weather control people's lives. So Marjorie Taylor Greene putting legislation out there to make it a federal offense for this practice to continue. And I'm sure that's a story that we will be surrounding and looking into here on the right side of history, because we look through a lens of everything is possible, but we want to bring you the facts, regardless of where that leads and what doors and windows that might open as a result. And Mr. Director, that sponsor one more time. And as I wait for that, you see Senator John Cornyn on the ground there as well, on the opposite side of the room, speaking with local authorities, and also the Congressman Dan Crenshaw there. We'll actually take a quick commercial break, and then we'll come back here. Stick with us at 3:15 Eastern. It's 2:15 in Texas, Kerrville, Texas, surveying all of the damage from the Guadalupe River, the overflow that affected countless people, including Camp Mystic. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live as we await President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump visiting Central Texas, Kerrville, Texas, after the deadly floods taking the lives of 121 plus Americans and 850 lives saved. Amazing heroic stories by our Coast Guard, state and local officials, and the full response of the American government, the Texas government, here for these extraordinary residents. And it hit home for many of them, including Senator Ted Cruz this week. He just picked his girls up from camp roughly a week or so ago. And much like the Mystic Camp, a very famous one that has brought up great Americans, including people like Barbara Bush once attended when she was a young citizen. Also, Laura Bush as well, her daughter-in-law, both first ladies that went to that camp that stood the test of time and generations. And Dick Eastland, their leader, who inspired many people to open their Bibles and have a personal relationship with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Sadly, he has perished as a result, and we pray that he is enjoying his eternal reward as a result of serving his Lord in this life. And just seeing some of the images and learning of these stories, especially of the sisters that held hands and were found together, clutching on to rosaries. There's really no words for the parents. You know, and I'm not one myself, but I have many friends and family members that are little ones in my life, and you can't imagine their warm smiles, their wonderment, their goofiness that you see on a regular basis. They might make life worth living. And for many of these parents, it's forever changed. It's a burden, a hardship that they will carry henceforth. And thanks be to God that their president and the leadership that they've put into place in Congress and at the state level really showing up in droves today, as well as these outstanding state and local officials who put on a uniform on a daily basis, willing to take on natural disasters, willing to jump in front of bullets, willing to track down evildoers in order to make sure that their residents live peacefully and patriotically. And maybe nowhere else is it as well embodied than the great Lone Star State of Texas. And there is a live look of Secretary Brooke Rollins, a Texan herself, Secretary, just looking there, it is Congressman Brandon Gill is there in the background as well. Also Secretary Kelly Loeffler of the great state of Georgia. Secretary Scott Bessent from Housing and Urban Development. So you have the whole of cabinet members there in attendance today. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. If you caught the stream earlier, taking time to speak with everyone who's been on the ground. We did not get the audio there, but listening to the experts who have been there during the storm and after, with all of this cleanup and the recovery effort and going through all of those very specific maps. So this president, one of the reasons he's able to make the good sound decisions he does is that he listens to people. He listens to their opinion. He listens to the subject matter experts. And that's really what encompasses the office of the chief executive of the presidency of the United States. It's the ability to take on the information as a CEO or a CFO would do, or even a COO, and then make those sound decisions on a daily basis in order to make sure that, in this case, his employers, the American people, are able to live their American dream, to keep them safe internationally, and to give them an opportunity domestically, especially with the one big, beautiful bill. The fact that that fully funds everything needed for the southern border. And as Border Czar Tom Homan put it, we need those resources. We need the extra troops. We need the support from the military. We need Border Patrol, DHS, everyone working together in conjunction to stop the foreign terrorist organizations. In fact, because of what AutoPen let into the country through the southern border, we need removals at 7,000 plus per day. I hope that gives you just a context of the numbers, the millions that poured in here. And in some of the recent weeks and months, nearly zero coming over the border as a result. So that really makes sure that the southern border fully funded, but also the average family of four, mom and dad, 2 kids at home, the take-home pay, whether it's one family income, 2 family incomes, whatever that might be, $10,900 on average of take-home pay increasing as a result of the one big, beautiful bill. Now, there will be some discussion, as we spoke with Jim Paff, the president of the Conservative Caucus, about discretionary spending, also mandatory spending, but those rescission packages that can come across in the coming weeks and months under the Speaker Johnson's leadership. And perhaps there is no one better for the United States Congress other than Mike Johnson in the House, John Thune in the Senate, to really lead the way on these bills with such narrow majorities, especially in the House. Think about the one big beautiful bill in its original form passed in the House, a 215 to 214 vote through reconciliation. It then goes and passes the Senate with different amendments at 51-50. It was a tie break sent back over to the House thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance breaking that tie vote, as is part of his constitutional authority to do so when it's 50-50 like that, with Senators Rand Paul, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who is now a lame duck, and Senator Lisa Murkowski of the great state of Alaska, who got a lot of what she wanted in the package but still voted no because she has Trump derangement syndrome or something like that. Well, it went back to the House, and then getting that 218 to 214 ultimately to President Trump's desk to sign just last week on the 4th of July. But sadly, those great celebrations really put somewhat on a back burner because of this terrible natural disaster event, a once in a generation. As you see there, Senator John Cornyn on hand as well, shaking hands and speaking to law enforcement and officials. Also, Congressman Dan Crenshaw there, way in the background near that map. So everyone has really come out today to support the local law enforcement and the first responders, and also those who have lost so much in this time, whether it be their homes or just a family member, which homes can be replaced. Even if you lose a memory or two, it's sad, it's tragic, but many lives, over 121 that cannot be replaced, and we pray are now with our Lord and Savior in heaven, especially those young children. I said it earlier on the show, and I'll say it again. Even though I'm not a parent, I cannot imagine the pain that these parents are experiencing right now, because it's abnormal. It's against law and order in a sense. It's against human nature to bury a child. And Governor Greg Abbott has been committed with the response to find everyone, living or deceased, in this process. And it makes you grateful just to have another day. That's why we call it the present, because it is a gift to wake up every morning and to do a job you love, or just hug your family members and your friends, as these parents are in mourning right now. You drop your kid off at camp thinking they'll live some life skills, learn some life skills, make some new friends, and it could be a memorable week or two or even a month in the great outdoors, especially in the beautiful state of Texas, which teaches self-sufficiency, which teaches our founding documents, which, as you saw, as they're addressing First Lady Melania Trump, those cowboy hats come off. There's a little bit of a bow and a handshake, just the way they are in Texas. They're good people, and they embody perhaps some of the greatest qualities and character in this great nation. They're all about freedom ever since their inception from 1836. Remember the Alamo, when they gained their freedom from the Mexican army and government, which was extraordinarily powerful in the mid and early 19th century. And great Americans like Davy Crockett went there to really expand this great nation of ours and to seek freedom. And one of his great last speeches, he was a huge rival of President Andrew Jackson as well. They were from the frontier lands of Tennessee at the time. Can you imagine Nashville being the frontier it once was? And he said from one of his last speeches in Congress representing Tennessee, "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." And that's what he did, and that's where he laid down his life defending freedom. And in 1845, this great state became part of the grandest constitutional republic that stands still young at nearly 250 years old, but our spirit experiencing this revival, experiencing something that will have us at the other end of this presidency, although I don't even want to look to January 2029 because I'm enjoying so much smiling in President Trump's leadership and what he has done for this great country. We have few years now to really set the record straight, and this team knows that they have limited time because sadly there is an opposition party that seems to only exist for its own apparatus, its own amoeba, its own power, maybe because they want to line their pockets with money and call it public service, or maybe because they like to just share fake stories with the legacy media, that somehow there's no response happening right now with what you're seeing. Well, with what I'm seeing is it's local, state, and federal government response to this, including the President of the United States. Just go down the hallway here at this table. Cabinet members, United States senators, lieutenant governors, and the governor, and also President and First Lady joining momentarily to address what's happened here. President Trump learning exactly what's gone on the ground and what will happen in the next few days, coming weeks and months, and ultimately to solve, how can we prevent this again? Do you need sirens or different systems? This struck in the middle of the night. You had camp counselors who literally protected children in the process, and many of them survived as a result of it. Hearing stories of people that were literally up to neck high in the water, just holding mattresses and making sure the kids were on top of that. People who were teenagers in their own right, 18, 19 years old, who were at the camp themselves, some of them their first jobs as camp counselors, paying it forward, giving it back to a place, Camp Mystic, under the leadership of Dick Eastland, who has passed because of these storms, to not only share the gospel, but to share in the Texas wilderness, in the hill country, and to grow as young men and women in this great country. You just don't expect things to end like they did a few days ago for these young Americans. But the Commander-in-Chief and the First Lady serving in that role of consolers-in-chief, along with the federal government and state government response. We are Texas strong today. We are American strong every day, as it's just past 3:30 on the East Coast, 12:30 on the West Coast. It's 2:30 Central in the Hill Country, Kerrville, Texas, where we bring you all of this live access. I'm Robert McNeely. If you're just tuning in, welcome to RSBN's Live Desk. You've known us as the Rally Network for the past decade, and rightfully so. In the last few months, since President Trump swearing an oath to defend the Constitution, both domestically and internationally against all enemies, foreign and domestic, has taken the reins once again to bring unbridled prosperity to this great nation of ours, and in turn, ultimately, to get the government off the backs of you, the American people, because this administration believes that you know better what to do with your lives than the government does. At the same time, it understands the constitutional governance. Why does it exist in the first place? It's to protect people. It's to give to the general posterity of this great nation, to ensure the general welfare. And this is one of those moments where you come together in order to make sure all of those financial resources are on the ground, all of the experts are there to do their job, that they're not facing any crazy opposition or crazy scams. Sadly, there are people who take advantage of this for financial reasons or because they just want to see the world burn. And that's where government comes in to assist with these efforts and to make sure no one else is harmed in the process. We've had ICE agents who are securing the border as well, who were ambushed recently in the great state of Texas. So much happening, whether it be in Midland to Kerrville, Houston, all the way up to Dallas, and really everywhere in between. Texas being in the news a lot recently. And our thoughts and prayers are with all those at Camp Mystic and those parents especially who lost their young children. There's really no words to console in this moment, but we do know that they have a lending ear in the president and the first lady, as well as their United States senators and congressmen and local and state officials committed to seeing really solving these problems, and also how do you counter a natural disaster such as this once in a generation. And perhaps there are man-made elements that can be solved, that legislation can help with, as we've seen with Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least getting the conversation rolling with her legislation addressing potential cloud seeding and weather manipulation. Not that they're directly connected here, and we're not suggesting that, but it may be a result. We don't know. Time will tell all of that. But the science with meteorology can be somewhat inconclusive at times. So this is the time for prayer. This is the time for thoughts, for financial assistance, for assistance if the leaders so call for more on the ground. But we do know in the midst of darkness, in the midst of sadness, you have a situation where over 850 saves were made. Thanks to our Coast Guard, thanks to local law enforcement and state officials who in many cases put their lives on the line. You're in rushing waters, you can hit your head against a rock, you don't know what's underneath the mud, and the runoff that happens with the disease that happens as a result of that, or just any blunt object that could stab you in the process. Or what about the water moccasins, the snakes, in some cases poisonous, in that hill country, everything that was rushed through there in those moments, but those people bravely diving in to find those living and deceased at the orders of the governor, Greg Abbott, to make sure that all were recovered, and even if deceased, their bodies saved for proper burial and funeral. And that's just how they do things in Texas. They go above and beyond, and good to see the Commander-in-Chief and the First Lady accompanying her husband on this trip, because they have a way with people. They have a way of simply listening and simply just spending time with them and then bringing in all the information so he can help make that decision. It's again a masterclass in leadership, and he's done it throughout his career, whether it's been in real estate, hospitality, hotels, to the golfing industry. And I cannot tell you the countless stories I've heard of people just celebrating graduations and different events at Trump hotels throughout the country. And someone like the president, and this is long before he entered electoral politics, he had a comment or two about different policy positions, but he was running a great company at the time, and he'd be with Don Jr. or Eric or Ivanka or just any other member of his great team, and they'd stop by and they'd check in with you for several minutes and just see how everything was going and ask, can we get you more food, more drinks? How are you enjoying the party? Let me go talk to the graduate for a moment. That's Donald Trump. And I've seen it up close myself, getting to speak with the man off the record and up close and personal, and he is an American icon. I could say that right here, and I really could care less if the far left legacy media wants to say whatever they want to say. You know, you might end up on Jimmy Kimmel, and that's okay with me, because this man has a lot of character. This man has heart. And nearing the 1-year anniversary of Butler, Pennsylvania, when he almost lost his life because of a maniac and because of demon rat-inspired, hate-filled rhetoric that we've seen in the last few days. It never ends. He almost lost his life as a result, unless that millimeter miracle, as our friend Pastor Lorenzo Soul of Detroit, Michigan talks about, if God did not turn his cheek in that moment, the president's, he would no longer be here. And just days later, addressing the Republican National Convention, and then going back out on the campaign trail in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I mean, it's nothing short of extraordinary. God has him on a mission, and this is someone who could have simply walked away from it all and said, hey, I showed you America. I showed you what you could do in the first term. Now it's up to you to figure it out. I'm going to enjoy my retirement. I would bet to say, especially with our good sponsors, something like Kalshi.com/RSBN, I would bet to say that most CEOs, CFOs, COOs, people who build these great companies and really take advantage of the American dream as capitalists, as they should, I think most would want their feet up in the sand, enjoying a Mai Tai, or perhaps for President Trump, his favorite non-alcoholic drink, a Diet Coke, and maybe some popcorn, maybe a Virgin Bloody Mary, and just kick back. But he said, I get bored. You know, he said on the campaign trail, I could have all that beautiful salt water hitting me in the face with the sunshine hitting my body and all of that. And as a reporter asked the other day in the East Room of the White House, when's the last time you went sunbathing, sir? He said, I think I did it when I was 7. So not much of a fan for that, because he's a man who likes to work. He likes to have a mission. He does not have idle hands, but rather gets down to business and works on behalf of the American people. Mind you, he does not take the salary. He legally takes $1 per quarter and donates the rest of it. So the next time you hear from that left-wing goofball in your family or your friend circle about this Trump derangement syndrome, listening to legacy media, whatever the made-up story is of the day, just ask them if they know about that. The fact that he helped save hallowed grounds in his first term. He asked his staff, where could this quarterly donation go? And someone piped up and said, sir, I think Gettysburg. We're losing graves, we're losing that area, and people can no longer come and pay their respects. He made sure that those monuments remained intact. Go back to the Apprentice days. Gosh, yeah, it was an entertaining show. I've had the privilege of working with a number of the Apprentice contestants over my tenure in my career, and I could tell you they learned a lot from President Donald Trump. And I believe it was the 3rd season where a gentleman asked him, sir, is it true about the story you paid off the mortgage of someone's home who ended up changing your tire because your limo got the flat tire? You're out and about in New York City one weekend, and he would not answer the question. And he said, sir, I'm not going to let you get away with this one. Did that happen? Did you pay off the mortgage? All the response was from then private citizen Donald John Trump, it's true. He wanted to move away from it. And that's the sign of someone with true character, with true poise, with someone who just actually gives a damn and wants to use his enormous wealth, something he earned, to help who he can, when he can, without getting accolades for it. It's a testament to his character, it's a testament to the family, and it's such a 180 from what we experienced with the auto pen and that bizarre group of people that you call the Bidens, and the laptop to the Russia gate. And imagine leaving a voicemail for your son saying you're in the clear. Who talks like that? I don't think I've ever told a friend or a family member, hey, it's all good, you're in the clear. I mean, but I've never been involved in organized crime. I've always made an honest dollar. It's been the path I've chosen, being a Bible-believing Christian, but we have a situation that was not the case just 4 short years ago. But thank God, godliness and constitutional government back in the United States as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump visit Central Texas, Kerrville, after these deadly floods, the overflowing of the Guadalupe River, and the elimination, sadly, of Camp Mystic. What took place there over the last few days, hell on earth, but we know that God is with us. In Psalm 34:18, that he is truly always with us and with the brokenhearted. And Joshua 1:9, be strong and of good courage. The Lord your God is with you wherever you go. And our thoughts and prayers from the RSBN family with those in Texas as we are Texas strong today. Let's go in and listen live and see if we catch any commentary before this press conference. And Susie Wiles walking out there, the chief of staff to President Trump and the first female chief of staff who has held that position. As we look on, we are Texas strong today. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump visiting Kerrville, Texas, where those horrible storms took place 1 week ago. And so many lives changed forever. And it's something where it did not, I guess, hit my inner circle, but I know of many people that it did. And they have to live with this the rest of their lives, especially the loss of young children. I cannot imagine with young members. Even in my own family, they bring so much joy to us on a daily basis. And our thoughts and prayers are with the parents, especially in this moment, to deal with something so tragic. But President Trump on the ground there with First Lady Melania Trump surveying the damage, and the countless congressmen, cabinet officials as well. We had Congressman Wesley Hunt, Brandon Gill, also Ronnie Jackson that we're seeing right behind where that line of lawmakers and officials are, including Brooke Rollins at USDA and Kelly Loeffler, the former senator from Georgia, who was that small business administrator. Also Senator John Cornyn, Senator Ted Cruz, Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, among countless other law enforcement, Coast Guard, National Guard as well. I'm sure people who are sleep deprived from this experience over the course of the last week, and the president looking at everything that needs to be done in order to make sure this doesn't happen again. And sometimes you simply cannot prevent a natural disaster from happening. But we have certain technologies now that can enable alert, and I'm sure they'll be reviewing all of this right now as this storm hit in the middle of the night and only took roughly 30 minutes to hit over 32 feet of water. cataclysmic, and these very low soil areas. And if you saw any of the terrain, if you've been watching our broadcast from the beginning today, President Trump going from one location to the next, Marine One landing on a wide open stretch of road there with the Suburban Caravan and the anti-drone technology attached to those vehicles. You can see the mountainous region. Let's toss it now live to the President and First Lady.
Well, this is a tough one. And we just were making a little tour of the area. It's hard to believe the devastation. Trees that are 100 years old just ripped out of the ground. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad ones. I've gone to a lot of hurricanes, a lot of tornadoes. I've never seen anything like this. This is a bad one. We just visited with incredible families that, I mean, look, they've been devastated. They lost their child or two children, and just hard to believe what, I've never seen anything like it. A little narrow river that becomes a monster, and that's what happened. But the First Lady and I are here in Texas to express the love and support and the anguish of our entire nation in the aftermath of this really horrific and deadly flood. Nobody has any idea how and why a thing like this could happen. It's, and by the way, I have to tell you, the people here, first responders, the sheriff's office, all of the police, law enforcement, they've done an unbelievable job. And in speaking to the parents, they said everybody has been so professional, from the governor to the senators, all the way down to the local people on the site that really are a little bit used to this. But they've been looking at this for years, but in much smaller doses, much smaller doses. 12 years ago, and then 1932, they had a real bad one, but that bad one was half of what this was. But I was speaking to some of the great people in the town, and they said, no, every year we get a little bit, but it was like a little bit of a flood, right? You were telling me, and it was just a flood. We got used to it. We had people, and we took care of it, and this year it was like, what's going on, right? So all across the country, Americans' hearts are shattered. I had to be here as president. First Lady wanted to be here. And, all the beautiful souls. And we're filled with grief and devastation. It's the loss of life. And unfortunately, they're still looking. They're still looking. There's a lot of missing children, possibly, mostly. We don't know. But they're still looking. And they'll find everybody, but it's not an easy thing. You would think it would be easy. It's very tough. I looked at what they're going through, what they have to do. But dozens and dozens of precious children taken from us with such, I looked at the pictures of almost all of them, and it's terrible. Following a torrential downpour, the worst that anyone's ever seen, Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in less than 45 minutes, and I've even heard it went well over 30 feet. There's one story that one person said it had to be 60 feet at one moment. This is like a giant wave in the Pacific Ocean that the best surfers in the world would be afraid to surf. And it unleashed a catastrophic flooding as most residents were asleep in their beds. A very dark evening. The waters claimed at least 135, 140 lives. They're getting that count, but the count that they don't have is how many are still missing. A lot of lives, a lot of young angels. At the Girls Christian Summer Camp, known as Camp Mystic, a legendary camp, a camp that people would want to go to from all over the country. People, parents, they come and they would stay with their children. They'd stay in other cabins just to be with their children, but a legendary place. They were there because they loved God And as we grieve this unthinkable tragedy, we take comfort in the knowledge that God has welcomed those little, beautiful girls into his comforting arms in heaven. And we believe that, have to believe that, and we do. And we lost some wonderful people beyond the little girls. We lost some very brave men and women that tried to save the girls. As our nation, we mourn for every single life that was swept away in the flood, and we pray for the families that are left behind. It's amazing the incredible spirit from those families. I don't know. I don't even know how they do it. But moments ago, Melania and I spent a lot of time with them. That's why we're a little late. I think this was a good reason to be late, frankly. And we just gave our warmest condolences. But you say to yourself, you know, how do you give condolences? How do you do that to a young person that 3 days ago was here, 4 days ago was here and vibrant, and now is no longer here? The search for the missing continues. The people that are doing it are unbelievable people. That you couldn't get better people than this anywhere, Christy, right? Anywhere in the world, you couldn't get better people. And they're doing the job like I don't think anybody else could, frankly. And I want to thank them. I want to thank all of these great first responders who raced into very grave danger. We have some people that were incredible. The single Coast Guard rescue crew saved an incredible 169 children at Camp Mystic, 169. And the camp staff was also incredibly courageous. Are those Coast Guard people around here someplace? Because I hear some incredible people. And I actually, Scott Ruskin, is he around? Where's Scott?
He's not here right now, sir, but he will be here later, and I will be.
Oh, okay. Will you let him know?
With some,
and John Dunn, the owner of the Hunt store, was a flood. Where are you? Okay, good. We spoke a little while ago, and it sort of John was telling me some stories about that store, and it was just really amazing.
Yes, Mr. President. First, let me correct. I was owner of the Hunt store from 2013 till April of last year, where I actually sold the store to Haley and BB Lehrman, who are excellent operators, and they're on the ground right now in Hunt, leading the effort there together with the fire department, the churches, the schools, what have you. And they're doing a phenomenal job.
Good job.
My role in it is I had seller finance the deal. And
you're going to bring it back?
I'm absolutely going to bring it back.
And the walls are up, the two walls are up, and you're going to...
There's belief out there that it was a total loss. It's not. A gentleman by the name of Larry Graham put up some incredible walls in 1973. And he's a great engineer, and those walls are still standing.
Save the walls.
Save the walls.
Okay.
And the goal is, and I think we can get it done between Haley, BB, myself, and some outside help that we're going to be getting. I think we're going to get it reopened very quickly.
Good.
I think it's important to get it opened quickly because once we do, the community can get back to a sense of normalcy. I think it'll be good for the community. I think it'll accelerate the recovery process. There's a lot that has to be done, but I'm impressed and very pleased with the resources that I think are going to become available through the conversations with Chip Roy, Governor Abbott's office, and others, that we will get it done quickly. Yes, sir.
Thanks, John. Good luck with it. Okay, I'm sure you will. The search for the missing is continuing, as you know, and today I especially want to thank all of these incredible people from the Coast Guard, and you'll give my regards in particular to some of the people we mentioned. Every American should be inspired by what's taken place during this short period of time, and I want to thank Governor Abbott. He's an amazing guy. We come very, very close politically and personally, and we've had a tremendous relationship with Texas. I guess Texas brought us together. We were together fine, but now we're together a lot more. And I want to thank Cecilia, your great wife, who's been our friend for a long time. The job you do is really incredible in so many different ways, including with the border and every different way. Admired by everybody. Secretaries, Kristi Noem, Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, and Administrator Kelly Loeffler. They all wanted to be here. Some of them hopped on the plane with me. Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, you're here among us. And thank you very much. Our great Lieutenant Governor, I see you sitting there. I don't know if they even have your name down, but when I'm here, your name is down, right? He's doing a good job, always did. Always did. Also, numerous members of Congress, including Chip Roy from the district. This is Chip's district. I had a lot of time last week we spent with Chip Roy getting that great, big, beautiful bill passed. And who would have thought... and he's not easy, but he's good. Where is he? Where's Chip? Who would have thought this was going to happen? And he called because we had a big ceremony set up, and he said, you know, we have a little bit of a flood here, and I think it's going to be a little bit, I better stay here. I better not come back and go to it. And he wanted to be there. He was a part of it, a big part of it. And then he called again, and he said, this is bad. And then it got really bad, far beyond your worst, wildest imagination, right? So thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate it. And Brian Babin also is, I don't know if Brian's here. But we do have, and I have to just give some of the names because it's very unusual. Nathaniel Moran, Dan Crenshaw, all of these people wanted to be here. Keith Self, Jake Elzey, August Pfluger, Craig Goldman, Ronnie Jackson. Where are you people? Are you here? You're all here? Where's Ronnie Jackson? Ronnie Jackson, what a person. Every one of these people is so incredible. Randy Weber, Pete Sessions, Tony Gonzalez. Well, we have everybody. Beth Van Dyne. Hi, Beth. Hi, Beth. Roger Williams, Brandon Gill. Hi, Roger. Brandon, you're here? Yes? Thanks, Brandon. Doing a good job, Brandon. Michael Cloud, John Carter, and Wesley Hunt. And we have others, but I'm not, we have to get on with it. But I did want to ask Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He's been my friend from the beginning. He's been the chairman of all three of my campaigns. And all I know is we won by record amounts. So I guess you were a pretty good chairman, right, Dan? And his son is fantastic, too. But Attorney General Ken Paxton. Ken's around here someplace. Hi, Ken. Hi. And Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Freeman Martin. Freeman, thank you very much. You're doing an amazing job. Texas Chief of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for greeting us, too. Major General Thomas Seltzer of the Texas Military Department. Thomas, great job. Thank you. Really good job. And many, many other officials and government. Everybody is here. You know, it's amazing. I do these things, and often you just don't have a turnout like this. Half of government is here, but my administration is doing everything in its power to help Texas, and I can tell you that, and the governor will be the first to tell you that when the request was made for the emergency funds, Christy, I think we gave it within about 2 minutes, maybe less, and they had everything they needed, right, immediately. So we've deployed over 400 first responders and assisted or enabled more than 1,500 rescues. Amazing, 1,500. Customs and Border Protection and the U.S. Coast Guard have deployed numerous search and rescue crews, and they're all over the territory, and trauma teams. And beyond this area, you know, the governor was saying we've gone a little bit beyond this area. Oh, there's Dr. Phil. Look at Dr. Phil. You're looking good, Phil. This is a hell of a situation, isn't it, huh? FEMA has deployed multiple emergency response units, and FEMA has been really headed by some very good people. We have some good people running FEMA. It's about time, right? We get some good ones. They failed us in North Carolina, but when we got in on January 20th, they fixed it up in no time. And the Army Corps of Engineers is always around and always strong and brilliant. We're also taking historic action to ensure that such a nightmare never happens again. And we're going to look and see how can a thing like this, they could say it's 100-year. Somebody said it's a 500-year event. It doesn't. We're not going to let a thing like this happen again where it can wreak this kind of devastation. Earlier this year, I directed a sweeping review of the preparedness and critical infrastructure. I think, again, I have to say, whenever I say that, I have to say that the level of professionalism was incredible. but we'll all work together to find out exactly what can be done, because they do want to rebuild, and they're going to. I just want to say we have a wonderful First Lady, and she's done a great job as First Lady, and she really very special woman when she saw what and met the people that we met just a little while ago. It's very devastating. And would you like to say a few words, honey?
My deepest sympathy to all of the parents who lost beautiful young souls. Deepest sympathy from all of us, to the community, to everybody who lost a loved one. We are grieving with you. Our nation is grieving with you. We just met with the wonderful families. We pray with them, we hug, we hold hands. They share the stories, and I met beautiful young ladies. They gave me this special bracelet from the camp in honor of all of the little girls that they lost their lives. So we are here to honor them and also to give the support, help, and I will be back. I promise to them, and I just pray for them and giving them my strength and love.
Thank you, honey. That's very nice. Thank you very much. So I just want to say God bless you all, and I'd like to ask Governor Abbott to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, First Lady. The first thing both of you mentioned were the lives that were affected by this. Whenever there's a disaster or catastrophe, the first thing we focus on is saving lives, prioritizing those lives. Every minute, every hour counts, and that's what Chief Nim Kidd focused on, what the local officials focused on, what the state focused on, but also what your administration did. On the very day of the flood, you know, the Coast Guard literally saving lives right and left, and we cannot thank you enough for deploying the Coast Guard, deploying the resources, and as you pointed out, immediately when I made a request for a disaster declaration, you and your administration granted that. This is the fastest that I'm aware of any administration responding so swiftly, so collaboratively, so coordinated as we have in response to this. Thank you for that major disaster declaration. It ensures that we're going to be able to more effectively respond and help rebuild. And let me make one thing clear about the Hunt store. We will rebuild the Hunt store very quickly right here in Hunt, Texas.
Thank you, Governor.
Also, I too want to thank all the first responders. And we have many of our legislators over here. I want to thank them for stepping up and being here constantly, as well as state officials who join with us. And as we've said before, we remain committed. We're here for the long run. We will maintain our operations to search and find everybody that we can, as well as ensure that we're going to rebuild this community from Hunt to Camp Mystic to Kerrville down below. We are committed for the long run, not just to rebuild, but to rebuild in a better way. I have received a lot of detail, even from the President himself, about ways that we can do a better job in the rebuilding process, and we will put all of that to work. We have a special session beginning in 10 days when we're going to start working legislatively to make sure that we address every challenge that the people of this entire region, including the Central Texas region, make sure we help rebuild the families and communities of all of them. But we would not have been able to do that the way that we have had it not been for you, your commitment to Texas. I know you love Texas, and Texas loves you. We appreciate you showing up, and because of your swift and effective response, we're better positioned to deliver on all those commitments than ever before.
Thank you, Governor. That's very nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Christy, would you like to say something? Fantastic job you've done.
Well, Mr. President, I just want to thank you for coming and being here today, and to our First Lady as well. Your heart is evident for the people of Texas, and by you coming here and spending the day and taking the time to spend so much time with the families, I've spoken with many of them over the last several days, and they're so grateful for you that not only are you here to come and walk alongside of them, but to spend time with them and to deploy resources to help support the governor and his team, I think has meant the world, not just to those that are making the decisions, but to all of those down to the ones who have lost their children and those who are still looking for their children. So that's the hardest part about the situation we have here today, sir, is that when you have a disaster like this, I believe this is an unprecedented event. I haven't heard in my knowledge, know of a flood that happened like this before. So, you know, in our experience, we know that it's at least a 1 in 1,000 year flood that hit this area in an unprecedented way. And emergencies and disasters are always locally executed. The state manages them, and then the federal government comes in and supports that. What we are doing here, sir, is empowering the state and the local officials to make the best decisions for their people, because they know their people, they know their community, and when they ask, then we come in and support them. So thank you for being a president who trusts people, who lets them use the responsibility that they have to make the best decisions for their families, for their communities, and we come in and we support them in that. So I can't thank you for helping us making such quick decisions, for Nim and his team, and the governor is absolutely fantastic. Every time I picked up the phone and was here, the lieutenant governor was available, the entire team, the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol were absolute amazing resources on the ground immediately, and we've had over 700 different FEMA employees and volunteers here as well that are engaged, and so all of your assets that you have as a federal government are deployed to help this community restore, but also to heal. I would just ask everybody in the room to remember to love on each other too, and to tell stories and memories, and that's how. The greatest fear when you lose someone in your life is that people will forget them. So tell the stories that you knew and write them down and remember them, because nobody wants their loved one that they don't have anymore to ever be forgotten.
Thanks, Christy. Appreciate it. Nim, would you say a few words, please? You've done a fantastic job working with Christy and everybody else. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you both for being here. Our hearts are broken, but they fuel the engine that drives this response for this community. These local first responders are the best in the nation. They put their lives on the line. Our volunteer firefighters that were out there putting their lives on the line, knowing that their homes were at risk. You have the best in the nation right here at the local level. Governor Abbott declared 21 Texas counties for this weather event under a state of disaster declaration. Your immediate declaration for individual assistance and public assistance will help us rebuild and recover. We've had over 2,200 state agency response personnel assisting our local government partners. But Mr. President, here's a staggering number. Over 12,300 volunteers have shown up here out of love to support this community. Just imagine, working 10 hours a day, 7 days into this event right now, that's over 861,000 hours of volunteer support right here. 19 other states have sent resources to us. Secretary Noem, thank you for the coordination and the effort on that. Your team has been phenomenal. We will continue the search nonstop. We will continue debris removal, and we will help this community rebuild. We're ready, sir.
Thank you for a really great job you've done, and the coordination's been incredible with us and everybody else. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. Phil, I see you sitting there, and this might be a time for you to give us some of your words of wisdom, if you would. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I've talked to families and survivors, parents and grandparents, and the truth is we know psychologically that the number one stressor that we can experience in life is the loss of a child. And the worst situation that we can experience that is when it's sudden and when it's violent. That's the worst thing that can happen stress-wise in life. And you know, it's people say, well, you know, you get over it in time. You will. The truth is, you never get over it. You get through it. And one of the things Secretary Noem was just talking about, no truer words could be said, that it's cathartic to talk about this. And there's a collective consciousness in these communities down here. This is my country here. Texas is home for me. And there's a collective consciousness here And everybody in these communities suffered this loss at some level. And so everybody shares that. And so everybody shares the healing. And that will come through here. Everybody will rally together. And this is about faith, and it's about family, and it's about it's truly about community. And it says Texas Strong on the front of the desk that you're sitting at, and that's true, because people will come together. And we need to realize that giving this a voice, and if you see someone in the store, everybody wonders, do I say something to them? I know they lost a child or a grandchild. Do I bring it up, or because they look like they're doing okay? The answer to that question is an unambiguous yes. You don't ever let them think you've moved on from it. It's okay to go and say, hey, look, I know about the loss. I share that with you, and I love you, and we won't forget this, because these bright lights will go away. Another headline will come along, and people move on. Let them know we don't forget. We don't forget the loss. It will never go away, and we remember it. And these first responders down here, men and women that were diving into those waters. I've talked to a woman whose husband was standing on the bank of the river yelling to a father, "Throw me your baby, throw me your baby, let me help you." Mr. President, there is a depth of root and caring here like you just can't believe until you see it. And everybody here knows that. And it's so inspiring for you and the First Lady to come here and share this and see the fiber of these communities. That's why they rally around you and everything that you stand for here, from the border to the disasters. And it's not just a photo op for you to be here. People see your heart and believe in what you stand for. And God bless you for coming here and doing this. It means a lot. God bless you.
Thank you. That was really beautiful. I'm glad I asked him to say a few words, Dan. Do you want to say a couple of words, Dan? Please, Lieutenant Governor.
We spoke the morning immediately. You and I talked the very next morning, and he was right there.
First of all, Mr. President, First Lady, a long time ago, I asked a pastor when I was going to see a hospital, a person in the hospital who didn't have long to live, and I said, "What do I say?" And they said, "Don't worry about what you say, just be there." So you and Madam First Lady, the two of you being here, sends a message. It paints a picture that words can't express, and it gives them hope. And the people of this community have become a family. I didn't know the mayor last week. I wish I didn't know him today under these circumstances. But we've become a family around this room, and it starts with you at the top, down to the governor, down to the statewide, down to the secretary. I mean, Christy Nome coming in, she called Saturday morning and said, "The president wants me to be there today." And she came. And so that message is so important. Two things will get us through: our faith. So the people along this river are not standing on the rock of the bank of the river. They're standing on the rock of their faith. And that will get them through the struggles that you talk about. But you and the federal government will help us get through everything, all the debris that has to be taken, all the rebuilding. And I know we can count on you. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all of these families, thank you for being here. You just can't measure how much it means to them.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great job. Appreciate it. Do you want to take a couple of questions, Governor? Would you want to do that? Do you want to? Sure. Is the press going to be respectful of this event, this horrible event, this horrible tragedy? Please, yes. Go ahead, please.
Marissa Haas here with CBS News Texas. Several families we've heard from are obviously upset because they say that those warnings, those alerts didn't go out in time, and they also say that people could have been saved. What do you say to those families?
Well, I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances. This was, I guess Christy said, a 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000 years. And I just have admiration for the job that everybody did. There was just admiration. The only bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know who you are, but only a very evil person would ask a question like that. I think this has been heroism. This has been incredible, really, the job you've all done. It's easy to sit back and say, oh, what could have happened here or there, you know. Maybe we could have done something differently. This was a thing that has never happened before. Nobody's ever seen anything. I've never seen anything like this. I've gone to some real bad ones. I've never seen anything like this. So I admire you, and I consider you heroes and heroine, and I think you've done an amazing job. Brian, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask you, who was the first person to contact you to notify you that this tragedy was unfolding?
Probably Christie, but I was notified by a lot, and Chip called also. Chip was here for, he thought it was going to be a little flood. He was going to miss the signing for big, beautiful bill, and he called to apologize. He said he's going to be delayed because of a little flood, and the little flood turned out to be the biggest flood anyone's ever seen. So Chip, but Christie called right away. She was there. I looked the next morning. She was right there on the ball. So.
I want to say, as a native Texan, I've received hundreds of messages. I told you that the other day, but I want to tell our representatives that are here in the crowd today, thank you for your response. This is Texas Strong. President Trump, this is America First policy in terms to responding to a tragedy like this. Thank you on behalf of Texas as well.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a nice reporter. That's a nice question. That's a nice, but I like his statement even better. Thank you very much, Brian. That's very nice. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Great to see you, President Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you, First Lady Melania, for being here. I'm born and raised in Texas, and there's not a person in our state who hasn't been impacted by this tragedy. But what's been so disheartening recently are these ghouls on the left, like Jasmine Crockett and the left-wing media, who want to point fingers and play partisan games and fundraise off of this crisis. And what I love about Texas is we come together in a crisis across party lines, ideological lines. So what is your message, and maybe Governor Abbott as well, to these folks on the left who are using this to gain partisan points in viral videos?
Well, I'll start off by just saying, you know, they've lost their confidence. They've had a tremendous run of bad talent. I don't say bad luck, I say bad talent. And all they want to do is criticize. And I hope we can someday be bipartisan, but all they like to do is criticize. And this way, they're getting just absolutely clobbered because everyone sees what an incredible job the governor did. Everybody in this room, everybody at this table in particular, but everybody in this room did an incredible job. And the public knows it. You know, the public's wise to it. They have automatic, they have their soundbite, they send out a soundbite, and it's supposed to be, you know, you're supposed to say that, and if you don't say that, they throw you out of the party. No, they've lost, honestly, they've lost their confidence. I see some of the people they're putting forward, and those people will only ruin our nation. Our nation, a year ago, was dead, and it was going down, but it was dead, and now we have the most successful nation anywhere in the world. You take a look. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. I was with the leaders of the world recently at NATO. Every one of them said the same thing. They said, you know, it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Your nation was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest nation. It's the hottest nation, hottest in quotes. It's the hottest nation anywhere in the world. Every leader is saying that we're the hottest nation in the world. We've all gotten together. We've done a great job. This state has been unbelievable. I work so well with the governor and with your senators and with everybody in this state. We get it done. We've had some pretty big problems here with the floods and all the different things that we've worked out, and we respond very quickly, and they respond very quickly, and they spend their money wisely. You know, we give them a lot of money, but they spend it wisely. I can't say that's true always. Sometimes we give money and they don't spend it so wisely. They spend it very, very foolishly. So, Governor, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. You know, one thing that you pointed out that we all know about Texans is part of our bloodstream, and that is we're Texas tough. We're made for challenges. I read a piece the other day. I'll just quote one line from it, and that is, when the rivers rise, so do we, and we rise to the occasion. And the way that we do that is by everybody working together. We are one team united. We are Texans. And fighting as Texans, we're going to rebuild not just Kerrville or Hunt or Kerr County, but across the entire state, across regions. We're going to come together and fight together and ensure that we elevate even better keeping foremost in mind exactly what Dr. Phil was talking about. As we rebuild, we've got to constantly comfort the families of those who have suffered a loss. Those two things combined, and we will be our quintessential selves, and that is Texas tough, Texas resilient.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. President, first
the
of all,
blue shirt.
Thank you for
Right over here. Go ahead.
I'll wait for Chip. He's my representative. I'll wait for him.
Mr. President, if I could just jump in and just say one thing, which is I can't thank you enough. When I called you on Friday, you said whatever you need. When I called the Secretary's office, she called me within 15 minutes and said whatever you need, and then she came here this weekend. I've never seen such a quick response and such a focus on delivering for the people. But importantly, I want to thank all of my colleagues in the House sitting right over there. Every single one of them called me personally. Every single one of them reached out to this team that the governor was just talking about, the team effort to deliver for the people of Texas. They're here now, not here to microphone. They're here just to be here because they believe in this state and they believe in what you're doing as the president and they believe in what the governor's doing. And importantly, this morning, I was at a press conference for the Community Foundation of the Hill Country, which has raised over $30 million from the great people of this state and from around the country, and they sent checks out today of $5 million to people in this community to help them with cash for people, for small businesses, first responders, and all the people that need help to reunite. And the final point I'll just say, for all of the media clamoring to ask that ridiculous first question and try to point fingers, the governor said it best when he said that pointing fingers is for losers. This state is about looking forward, and we'll figure out how to make our systems the best they can be. But importantly, when you see 26 feet of water rising a foot per minute, don't go around pointing fingers. The people in this community rallied around to help people, and that's the enduring image. Those little girls from Camp Mystic who were singing hymns as they watched the damage as they left that camp coming out of there. And that's who the people of Texas are. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And, 2 words, unity and competence. If you were to ask me 2 words that I've seen here, one is unity. The unity has been unbelievable. And then the competence of the Coast Guard and some of the people within the Coast Guard that saved a lot of lives. They went out and they saved a lot of lives. But there were others other than the Coast Guard. But I would say competence and unity, the way everyone has just pulled together. It's rare that you see this.
Mr. President.
Again, I've been to so many and I've seen bickering and fighting and just it doesn't work the same way. This has been amazing. This is the biggest because I've never seen one like this. Neither has anybody else, by the way. Yes, please.
Hey, it's Joe Pags, Mr. President. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Obviously, the staffing was where it needed to be. In fact, it was heavier than it should have been because of the holiday weekend. Whatever they're saying in the left news is though. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the technology only goes as far as it goes. Kids don't have their phones. Phones are dead. People by the riverside don't have electricity. They're not going to get a phone alert that way. As a developer, going forward, knowing that everything was done lightning fast by Secretary Noem, by you, by the governor, and everybody else, you did everything right. What do we do next time, though, to make sure that people are alerted if they're dead asleep? Maybe an alarm system, maybe a siren system. You might know better than I. But what do we do to make sure that people get the alert when it's time to get the alert? Thank you.
You'll probably have to do that. You'll probably come up with something very unique because there is no system right now. There's been a thing like this has never happened that anybody knows. Certainly not to this extent, but I know the governor and everybody is working on it. They're meeting and they'll figure something out. Go ahead, Governor.
Yeah, so we begin a session in 10 days. We will address every single question that you just asked. You mentioned some of the ideas. There are many more. And we want to hear, most importantly, we have to devise a response that's right for this community. And this community has to weigh in, and they need time to be able to convey that to us. But we're going to work on alerts. We're going to work on every single solution to make sure things like this don't happen again, not just in this community, but in other river basins across the state also. So we will work to get it right, and we've jotted down, Joe, every idea that you just mentioned.
Ted Cruz, go ahead, please, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for being here. First Lady, thank you for being here. Where we are right now, the Hill Country, is a very special part of this state. It is universally considered the most beautiful part of the state. You've got rolling hills. You've got these incredible, peaceful, wonderful rivers. The Guadalupe River Just about all of us have been swimming in that river, floating in that river. And one of the things that's really special about Kerr County is there are 40 summer camps here. This is a place where all across Texas our kids go. The governor's daughter came every year to camp here. Both of you know our girls really well.
Mm-hmm.
Heidi, the week before this flood, was here in Hunt picking up our daughter Catherine from camp. And Camp Mystic, that faced such devastating loss, is an institution in this state. It's 100 years old. It was founded in 1906. And I'll tell you, in Texas, it's not just here that the hurt is felt. It's every part of the state. Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, West Texas, East Texas. Texans have gone, and what's amazing is you see at the closing ceremonies of these camps, you see multiple generations. You'll see grandmothers and moms and little girls who have all gone to the same camp. And the pain that the state is feeling, and on Monday I went and walked through Camp Mystic. In the center of the camp is a cabin called the Bubble Inn, where the littlest girls were staying. And in front of the Bubble Inn are right now 17 small white crosses in the ground. And each cross has the name of another little girl who lost her life. And the final cross has the name of Dick Eastland, the camp director who gave his life trying to save his girls. And the water rose in that camp and in that cabin 8 feet high. You can see the water line 8 feet high. It blew the windows out of the cabin and it swept those girls out. I will tell you, I've never seen anything more horrible in my life. And I just sat there crying. I saw mom and dad come up to one of those crosses, drop to their knees and kiss that cross. And the mom was weeping. I also want to tell you, and you said this, you talked about unity. The way this community, the way the state is coming together is incredible. There are stories of heroism. I met a mom and dad who had a 14-year-old boy at Camp La Junta, a boys' camp. Their 14-year-old son was awakened at 3 in the morning. The water was rising. The counselor said, "Let's go save the little boys." And they went down to the 7, 8, 9-year-old boys and pulled them out of their camps through the crashing water. And this mom and dad were crying. Now their son survived. And I said, "Look, your son will always have this trauma. You will always have this trauma. But at the same time, your son will always know when he was 14 years old that there are little boys and one day there are men who are alive because he had the courage as a 14-year-old to risk his life to save them." And so we are grateful you're here. And I will say something Chip referenced is very true. There's a video of a school bus full of campers from Mystic after this crisis, riding past the devastation, and they are singing Christian hymns. And I promise you there's not a person here who can watch that video and not weep. Tears of sorrow, but also tears of joy. So we are grateful for the response, Governor, the first responders, everyone who's come together, and to all the moms and dads, just know we love you. The agony, my street at home, every house has a green ribbon around it for the girls at Mystic. And that's true in a lot of streets all throughout Texas. And we will come through this one way or the other. I'll tell you, the Hunt store right now, the sign says Hunt store, except today it doesn't. It says Hunt Strong. They redid the sign. That's the spirit of who we are.
Thank you, Ted, very
Mr.
much.
President?
Well, yes, please.
I wanted to respond just to something that Joe Pag said and the governor. The Speaker and I announced yesterday that we will begin our hearings in 2 weeks, but in 3 weeks we're going to have a hearing in this room so that the residents and the people in this area don't have to come to Austin. We're going to come to them, and we'll stay here as long as it takes to hear their stories and their needs and their wants. So we're going to be here in 3 weeks in this room.
Good, Dan. Very good. Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming together, and the word unity again, but I just want to thank you very much. And we'll be helping you from Washington, D.C., like no other president would do. Nobody else would do it. Nobody else would be even get back to you. You know, you're fully funded, as you know. And Christy, I would say they were fully funded within minutes of hearing about this. And, you know, the state of Texas, number one, they do it right, and they've done it right for a long time. and it's a very special place to me. I will tell you that. Politically, I don't want to say politics, but politically, it's been a very special place to me. Our great Secretary of Agriculture, who you've done such a great job, Brooke Rollins. You come from Texas, and I just want to thank you. She even got the cost of eggs right down. They hit me with that one, and she got them down so quickly nobody knew what. By Easter, everybody was having eggs at a lower price than they ever thought possible. But you've done a fantastic job. But it's just been it's been a very special state to me, and it's my honor. And we will continue to work together. And it's a bad situation, and you can never say, oh, it's going to be bigger, better, stronger. It's just so many lives have been lost. You can't say that, but we're going to make it. We're going to make it back. We're going to make it back, and we're going to make it good again. And everybody wants to do it. And I just want to thank you, and I want to congratulate you. You guys have been unbelievable. Thank you for your words before. It was unbelievable. The job you've done, Kim, everybody, every single one of you. So you should be very proud, and we're very proud of you. Thank you all very much for doing such a good job. Thank you very much.
Stay where you are.
So a heartbreaking press conference there, but President Trump laying it out with leaders in Texas, just the incredible response that did take place. And sadly, you do have a legacy media and some out there perpetuating falsehoods. But what I was most impressed by, the emergency response is 12,300 volunteers showed up to help. And as Senator Ted Cruz put it, 17 white crosses outside of the Bubbles Inn where the youngest had stayed, and watching parents consoling them as they kissed those crosses, as you see live shots there of President Trump continuing to listen to these stories. Dr. Phil on hand with him, with the First Lady and Secretary Kristi Noem, among others. Over 86,000 hours of volunteer manpower. As Senator Ted Cruz put it, all of Texas mourning, 31 million Americans, along with the rest of America, with Texas at this time. Texas strong. Visiting Kerrville in the Hill Country. I'd like to thank our sponsors here at the network. The great All Family Pharmacy, great for medication, especially with this buy one, get one free now through Sunday. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. If it's 30 pills, now 60, 90 to 180. Ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, Mebendazole. Scan that QR code now. Buy one, get one free through Sunday, July 13th. Colonial Metals Group. Once you have your health taken care of, make sure you have your savings and retirement all stocked up, protected, and ready to go with gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Receive that no obligation gold guide and heed the warnings of experts like Warren Buffett, who talk about gold and silver being that hedge against inflation, the best bet for your retirement, especially against the Communist Chinese Party and all of their antics. Colonial Metals Group. Thank you for sponsoring us, as well as Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can answer all the questions like, will Elon Musk create another political party, the American Party? It says right now, no, by 36% of a chance. So scan that QR code now and bet and trade on all of those crucial questions facing the country. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle today and help out the great state of Texas by supporting an extraordinary Christian company that hires veterans out of Spring, Texas, near the Gulf of America. Angel Paste Miracle Cream, really one of the finest out there. Angelpaste.com. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN. Another free shipping sale on all of those great items, the MyCross, MyPillow bed sheets, and the multi-use MyPillow 2.0, led by the Patriot Mike Lindell. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566 for over 2,000 different items at MyPillow.com/RSBN. And if you enjoy this live desk and all of our programming here at the network, all the great writers, as well as our original content, and of course those rallies that we get to do every once in a while, like we did last week in Des Moines, Iowa, to kick off America 250, covering President Trump, Vice President Vance, the 119th Congress, everything inside and outside of the Beltway. Please financially support us by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate or by texting RSBN to 801-801. A programming note as well. There will be no talent for these broadcasts, but in case you could not make it to Tampa, Florida, and you'd like to tune in for Turning Point USA's premier event of the summertime, the Student Action Summit, it's not to be missed, including Secretary Kristi Noem. She is on the speaker list for tomorrow, as well as many in the MAGA, conservative, populist, libertarian movements that are making America great again. Tonight, live at 4 o'clock Eastern. Well, it's past that time now, but there will be an end at 8:45 p.m. Eastern, highlighting all of those highlights and those live speeches. It will restart again tomorrow for the second session at 11:20 in the morning Eastern and closing out at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's not to be missed. I've worked this event on countless occasions during my tenure with Turning Point USA. I highly recommend tuning in to hear unbridled access, great speeches from the biggest leaders in the movement, all live in Tampa, Florida. Of course, highlighted by none other than Charlie Kirk, the founder and president of Turning Point USA. God be with Texas. We are Texas strong today. And if there's any breaking news, we'll see you over the weekend. But hug those close to you, hold them tight, and spend time with family and friends this weekend. And make sure you don't miss, go to church. Following Jesus does not spare us from pain, as we were reminded from Gracie Hunt, but it means we never face it alone. And the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and serves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. God be with Texas. God be with the United States of America. And God be with President Trump, his entire family, and with you, the good American people. For everyone at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, I'm Robert McNeely. Good night. God bless. Have a wonderful weekend.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.